Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us, but good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us, but good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, Ken, Neil. And this first part is conversation tonight. And then we'll be going into music the second half around 11 p.m. And we're going to be sharing a lot of videos having to do with Charlie. And hopefully a lot of people will come up and kind of share their insight on what's been going on the last couple of days, and maybe some of your favorite memories or things that you want to share about Charlie as well. But thank you to everybody who's here tonight, and the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up and join us. Ken or Neil, do either or Bran, do any of you have anything you want to share right off the bat before we get into another video?
What was the topic before I stepped into it?
Oh, we're talking about Charlie, the first probably at least hour tonight.
Usually I talk a lot, obviously, but on this in particular subject, I prefer to say nothing right now on it. I'm just gonna watch, see what happens, and I know where I stood. I know where I stand. I've said it on my channel. I'd like to see what happens before I say too much.
Right. Yeah. There's been a lot of the story obviously evolving in real time since Wednesday. And I know a lot of us were kind of together, in Discord and in some different chats, kind of talking about things as they were unfolding. And there's sort of that, the saying, the fog of war. It kind of feels like there's been a little bit of that, when we're trying to get all the information as it's coming out. That first song was by Tom McDonald, and that was a song he wrote the next day on yesterday for Charlie. And we have a few other songs we'll be sharing tonight that are tributes. I'm seeing everybody coming in. Much love to all of you. I appreciate you guys all being here. And again, the link is pinned. And I shared the link to the Rumble stream. It is live on Rumble as well. If you want to go over there and say hi, you are more than welcome to follow me over there. And, in case there's ever a time where I'm not able to share things on this channel anymore, it's a good way to be connected. I am still thinking about doing some things over on Rumble, just because there's not the censorship that there is on this platform. And so, yeah, I've heard that Nowhere Man, there's some YouTube issues going on today. I agree, Snooks. I thought he did a really good job on that song. I don't always agree with Tom McDonald, but I do appreciate that he's independent, and I appreciate the message of a lot of the songs, especially the ones obviously I've shared here. Good to see everybody coming in. Appreciate you all. Thank you to my mods for sharing links. Always appreciate that. And a big thanks to Brian for sharing videos up here. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next video. This is from Turning Point USA, Charlie's organization. And I thought this was kind of a good statement that Charlie made of why he did what he did. Here we go.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
I've never seen someone do this.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults. The left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in all this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity.
All right. So one of the things that he said there that I really liked is the importance of having the conversations. That's a big part of what I'm trying to do here on this channel. And if you look at the video or my channel description, that's always been there. That's part of what I'm trying to do, is continue to have people agree to disagree, because it's something that I also see is lacking. I think there's a huge agenda for divide and conquer, keep people divided in every way possible. And really, I do think that at the core, we have so much more in common. And in order to find that common ground, we have to have those conversations. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a little bit longer video. This is by Redacted. And I liked a lot of what Clayton Morris had to share about this. I don't know that I agree necessarily. I don't think that there's some things he shares that I think are more opinions than facts at this point. A lot of us have probably heard like there's some kind of debate going on. Hey, Wingnut, thanks for coming up and joining us. There's some debate going on whether Charlie was wearing a plate of some kind under his shirt, and if the bullet ricocheted, or if it was a direct shot. And I'm sure more than us than probably wanted to have seen the footage of the actual impact, and it's really awful. And there's some debate going on about all of that, and I don't think there's been any official message really given yet on those details. But I'm sure that we'll hear those details eventually.
I did hear something from a guy I follow, the roaming prepper. He put out a little something because he's got some insight, same as I do. And
I missed what he said.
Been corroborated by other sources that before the shot came, this one character did something with his hand gesture to his head or something like that.
Yeah, it was the security. That was the security. That was Charlie's security. And yeah, it does look like it's possible. Right. I'm here. It didn't last long. Don't worry. But we're just teasing. But hey, Merc. Yeah, and it's possible. I've seen that footage. It does look like it could be hand signals. That happened literally like if not milliseconds, seconds before the shot was fired. So it looks like they're signaling that they maybe saw the person on the roof. The hand signals are the signals for sniper and for what was the second one? Suspect, I think. But it was, even if that's what they were doing and those weren't just movements that, appeared like those signals, they happened so, instantly right before. Like, I don't think there's anything they could have done.
When murder takes place, nothing is coincidence.
Well, I'm not saying they weren't doing the signals. I think it's possible they were, but if they were, I'm saying it happened so quickly. There's nothing they could have done in between, communicating that to each other and the actual assassination. Snooks, thanks for coming up.
Thank you, Indy.
Wingnut, did you have anything you wanted to share? And then we'll go to you, Snooks, before we play this next
Okay.
video.
Um,
Good to see you, Moose and Native.
well,
Millie.
it's hard to really where to start.
Heidi.
There's so much that's been going on in my mind. I've been observing everything that's been going on. Everything that's been talked about, everything that's been said about it, and all that stuff. And I've been, looking at different things myself. I mean, there is that. Like I said, I can't really say positively if he was wearing some kind of a vest underneath his shirt. Now, if it was like a metal plate, I can see some kind of fragmentation, some kind of a ricochet, but it didn't really appear that it was a plate. It was more, if it was probably some kind of like Kevlar type of stuff or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also have in the back of my mind the bullet would have I don't know if it would have ricocheted off of Kevlar or fragmented off of Kevlar.
Right.
Because I mean, I've seen some really close up images of it in slow motion stuff and everything, and it puts questions in my head. Like for instance, I've even seen some of the like drone footage of the area and the line of sight from the rooftop.
Right.
It's not
Right. Like to me, one of the things I saw was that his shirt went up. And
Mhm.
to me, that seems like that has to be caused by the bullet going up as well, ricocheting. But
Right.
I've heard the same, that it's unlikely that it would ricochet because of the caliber of the gun that they're saying, the rifle that was used. And
30-06, which I knew that was what it was when they said bolt action. I thought it was a 30-06. That's my first thought,
Mhm.
and that's what supposedly the FBI claimed it was also.
Right. But the
Um,
angle, like you're saying, coming from the higher, if it was coming from that higher position going down, like then the bullet should ricochet down, not
right,
up. So there's just
exactly.
a lot that it just seems,
Well, so that
seems
was
kind of
the
weird.
reason why
You can see a moon
I was kind of really
and sharing.
I don't know, kind of weird about it in a way, because then I mean, if I was
Your
thinking about
militant.
trajectory and all that stuff, I'm starting to have thoughts of like if it came from ground level.
Right. And there is, there are some theories about that. We'll kind of play some videos that get into this a little bit more, but when, they released the footage today I think it was today, of the alleged gunman, coming down off of the roof,
Right.
and you can't see the rifle. Nobody's been able to find the rifle in that picture, or that video rather. And he does have a backpack, but they're saying it was a break apart rifle. But even, that kind of rifle that was broken down still wouldn't fit in that backpack. So there's a lot of questions there of where the rifle was at that time. And, if it was the real rifle that was found nearby, then, or if that was some kind of decoy. And if that's the case and he's a patsy, then where was, it would make more sense almost for the trajectory of that bullet.
And
Well, I
this
mean,
is why I don't like getting involved in these, because I saw 3 still pictures of a guy that they were comparing with the guy who was arguing with
I think
the
it was
gentleman.
security, take 2, and also a friend. But yeah.
And they
Sorry,
showed 3 still pictures of this one guy that looked like the guy, not exactly, but
Steve.
looks similar, haircut and whatnot, height and body build. And there was 3 still photos, and 2 of them, they pointed out that there was part of a rifle part in his pant leg, to where he was walking funny, and the camera caught that part of it was in his pant leg. And that's just what I saw. That's why I don't want to comment yet, because there's a lot of things out there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
One.
Like I said, I
Right.
think there's still a lot of confusion and sort of that fog of war type idea
Mm.
Well,
where I
and,
don't think we're certain about anything at this point.
yeah,
Can
and that's another thing too. I was
One
I
clear
was,
second.
I
my
was going to
mind?
throw in there.
Good to
Sorry,
see you take time.
but
Go ahead,
um,
Wing.
if it's some kind of an orchestrated scenario instead of some kind of crazed lone gunman scenario, the
Good to see you,
there was
Chris.
a lot of decoys that were took the attention of the police and all this other stuff. So supposedly the
Like that
real
crazy guy they went after.
yeah the real one got away, that kind of thing, and then
Right. I saw that take two.
and then on top of that, supposedly that the FBI say, "Oh, we got them," type of thing. They're sitting there patting themselves on the back like they did something else, but actually, according to them, even if you believe the mainstream narrative, they didn't really do anything. The father of the guy turned him in.
Right.
So it was like, I get really irritated about the little pat on the back, like, "Oh, we did our job, we did
Well,
a good job," and
from
all that
what
kind of
I
stuff.
understand,
You know,
though, that it was the footage that was put out of him was what was used by the roommate to
right,
determine that it was him. So the roommate was part of what led him to go to the father.
right,
So
and
they might have had something to do with it, but I agree it was kind of happenstance that he was found at all. And that was
Can
because
right.
of the father
But
making the
it
right. Hold
shows
on,
that the
Snooks. You're
citizen.
making the right choice.
can I
Okay,
just
now
say
Neil, hold
something?
on a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Yeah, Snooks, I'm just kind of I was letting Wingnut finish his thoughts and
Okay.
responding to them, but yes, let's go to you
Okay.
next.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead,
if Wing's
Snooks.
not done, then let him go on.
Well,
It's okay,
I,
Wing.
What?
I was just, going to throw other
Kind
stuff
of
in
the
there
mic that
also,
unknown.
that on the broader picture of it all. You know, you get these, lack of better words, the communists out there that are have been sitting there pushing this Civil War narrative. All right, and um, the conservative or the Republican or the right side have not been radicalized to the point of violence, and this is also something that possibly could
Right, Pat.
install this, because I mean, I have noticed, like, there were so many people that really liked the guy, even if they didn't know him, and they're looking at him as a martyr. um, and they're getting, and that's getting them pissed. And it's just, which is interesting also, it's like, you get all these idiots out there that were in love with this George Floyd scenario, and they created riots. But you know, when somebody like Charlie gets assassinated, oh, we just have a bunch of vigils, and stuff like
Right.
that. We don't have
I do think there's a
riots.
stark difference. Yeah. Let me
Wing,
And
read this comment here from John, and then we're going to
sorry.
go to you, Snooks, right after that. I promise.
I'm just dying to jump
John,
in here.
I can tell. All right, John, thank you so much for the support. And John says, people have become weaponized. Thoughts and ideas are placed into people's heads that led them to do insane things. We search for answers, but the pattern is always the same. Yeah, and I agree. I think that whether this was someone that was, it was someone hired, paid by Soros, that was, given, whatever, like all the different ways that this could play out or that this could have been done. I think that it was orchestrated either way, even if it was someone who was just the story we're given, a student that was radicalized by the universities and Antifa groups. That's still orchestrated in my mind. But okay, Snooks, your turn.
Uh,
Go ahead. Passing the
okay.
conch.
I'm sorry. I have a few things to say. First of all, as far as him limping, that was a before picture, and he did have part of the gun in his pants. You can really see it on one jean leg that he had part of the gun in his pants, and that was on his way to the building. And then as far as jumping off the roof, in Jeff Mack's Discord, there's somebody who puts out a lot of the news, and he did a close up, and when he jumped off the roof, he had something wrapped in a piece of black cloth. And so we're thinking that was the rifle put back together.
Right. I kind of wondered that too, because to me it looked like he was still wearing the backpack and
Yes,
had
he still had
something else that he threw down.
he still
So,
had the backpack on, and he didn't
right.
limp at all when he walked away, so the gun was not in his pants.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't in his pants when he jumped
Yeah.
down for sure.
And
But
And then,
I don't know
as
about
far as,
Baylor
you know,
yet.
I got to say this, I did not know Charlie Kirk well. I didn't follow his news. I didn't even know he started Turning Point. So I started finding out more after he got shot because I really wasn't that
Right,
familiar with
Jake,
him.
and good to see you.
But I have to say, I was in Jeff's lives the day that he got shot and when he passed away, and I was in tears the whole time typing. Because, you know, here's a 31-year-old man, and to me, this is a political assassination.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
100%.
it's a political assassination. Now,
Right,
the
Mercs?
dude who shot him, you know, people were trying to say is professional. I don't think so. As far as the shot in his neck, this is just my opinion and opinions of others in the Discord. He did have on some kind of body armor, and the bullet spalled. Now I had
That's
to look up
nice.
spalled, and
It's like
then
fragmentation type of stuff. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I was getting to that. And then this guy showed me a close-up picture of what spalling does, and it hits you in the body armor, and then the pieces of it can go up but this one went up into his jugular,
Hmm.
and he just bled out like he was dead the minute he got shot. Pretty much after that fragment went into his neck.
I have one thing to say about a theory of why
Happy
I'm
early
not
they,
done
birthday,
they
yet,
Meg.
shot him, and
but
it's
I'm
a
not
deeper
done.
conspiracy.
Okay, yeah, hold on a second, Neil.
I'll be
Go ahead
done
and
in just
finish,
a
Jeff.
second, though, Neil. I really will.
Go ahead.
Um, Jeff has a graphic video
Right,
on his
Anthony?
website. I will not watch it. I don't need to watch it. He got shot. He died. I don't need to see how he died and how he looked. And so I'm just not going to ever look at it. But people who have looked at it said that they can never, I mean, they can't look at things the same again. They're almost suffering from PTDS or PTDS.
Right. If you, by some way, haven't seen it, I wouldn't
Hmm.
and you think that it might be something that would disturb you, don't watch it.
No, I'm not going to
You know,
watch
and
it.
I'm not, we won't be playing any of that tonight.
Yeah. And that's basically all I
Good to
wanted
see
to
you,
say.
Tina.
And I'm going to jump back down into the chat.
All right. Thanks for coming up, Snooks.
Love
Come on up
y'all.
again if you feel so inspired.
I will. Thank you.
Good to see you, Snooks.
All right,
Ken,
Neil,
gentle hugs.
what was your thought you wanted to add there?
Because of the trajectory of his life and what he had started, a lot of people say that someone just assassinated the 3032 presidential candidate.
Right. And I think that's valid. A lot of people had, you know, he'd been asked about it. I don't think I have a clip of that to share tonight, but he had been asked about it and he'd kind of said, no, probably not, but maybe. And, you know, but a lot of people thought that that was where he was headed. And, you know, even Trump, there's plenty of footage of Trump being asked the same thing. And he always kind of said, no, he'd rather not. But then here we are, you know, for the second term. So I agree. I think it's very possible that he would have, I mean, especially with the impact that he's had on so many of Gen Z. You know, could see him being someone they would rally around later, you know.
We'll find out in 2032 if his group that he started puts in a presidential
We might pull that
nomination.
up. We might pull that up later. Thank
Well,
you.
can I throw a couple other conspiracy whatevers, if you want to call them theories, up there
Yeah.
also? All right. There was a Simpsons thing that was similar. There was also a
Good to
book
see you,
on
Ken. How are
Amazon
you?
that was written
Mhm.
about the assassination that was published the day before his assassination. Is not even on Amazon anymore. But
Right.
and then on top of that, the FBI, just to throw this in there, they happen to mention that it was exactly 33 minutes after
For
they
33 hours.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
33 hours after the fact we caught the guy. 33. All right, you know, and it's just, you know, I don't know, it's one of them things. 33 always pops
Interesting,
up in
GG.
scenarios like this, you know.
Good for him if that's true. I hope it is. I hadn't heard that. Hold on really quickly. Gigi said, I read Steven Tyler is paying for funeral and kids' education. I hope there's more people that come forward with that kind of support who are able to.
Well, I mean,
But
for one, you know, like I said, I mean, you know, a lot of people are gonna, you know, they're treating him as a martyr, and I mean, you know, and quite honestly, if it was some crazed guy, you know, lone government scenario, I don't really think they thought about the ramifications of making him a martyr because it creates more Charlie Clerks in the world
right.
by, you know, doing this, and so, you know.
Good to see you, 101.
Or it was to radicalize the right or conservatives into getting a device. Because there was a vigil right there at the college or whatever, and some dude rode by on a scooter, said, "F
Hey,
Charlie
Donna.
Kirk," and a bunch of people jumped him. And I was starting to
Right.
look. I was like, "Well, that's just a telltale sign of that radicalization that possibly was manufactured to happen." To get people on the conservative side to get violent and start
Right.
get this civil war scenario kicking
Here,
off.
I
So
think that's
conservative
always, hold on,
Antifa.
hold on. Yeah, I think that's always no, not conservative Antifa. They were just regular people who had escalated emotions. They're not an
Hmm.
organized
Yeah.
clan. But
No,
here in
that.
Seattle, there was a vigil, which I was surprised by the amount of people I saw that were there. I was pleasantly surprised by that because that's a risky thing to do in Seattle. And there were a couple people that went through that were allegedly part of Antifa, but they were saying negative messages about Charlie, and they started attacking the conservatives that were there, who were mourning him. So it went the other way here in Seattle, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's just like they've been talking about this for a long time, especially the how they're communists in my mind. I don't want to say they're left or whatever. They're flat out just communists that have been trying to infiltrate and infect America, and they've been trying to push this narrative of a civil war in a sense, and the very
That's very
same
scary.
ones that have been praising his assassination are the very ones that they demand America be disarmed, which is just the hypocrisy on that scenario also. um, you know, it's very interesting on how things are playing out. How I've been watching it because I've been observing a lot of it, and
Mhm.
I have yet to say a whole lot myself. But you know,
Right. Well, and that's part of why I wanted to do this tonight. I think a lot of us have kind of been saturated in this the last couple of days, and I think rightly so. We're trying. That's what happens for a lot of us when we're trying to pay attention and figure out what's going on. And I watched Charlie not all the time. I wouldn't say like religiously, or I didn't follow him closely, but I had ironically just watched. It had just been released a couple days before that, where he had been here. It was a couple hour long video on Turning Point USA that was of him speaking at Washington State University and here in Eastern Washington. And I had just watched that kind of split up over a couple nights, like the night before. And so, it kind of hit a little harder because I just watched a couple hours of him speaking. And I was really impressed by how he handled the people that were there that were clearly there to oppose what he had to say. And he was respectful to them. And he really, I think, did make them think. There were only a couple people that, to be fair, there were only a couple people in that video that were really rude to him. Most of them seemed to be coming to the table to truly have the debate, even though they already came with an opposing view. And I think that is a huge benefit to what he did, and why he had such a huge impact on so many people was because he was one of those unifiers. He was one of those people where even if he disagreed with others, he was still respectful of them as a human, and honored that they had the right to disagree. That was part of his message, you
and
know?
have you noticed through history the people that are trying to do that kind of scenario are the ones that end up getting assassinated? You got Gandhi,
Right.
you got Malcolm X, you got
MLK Jr.,
MLK, JFK.
White
I
Miller.
mean, so many people that are trying to,
Right.
um, you know, do that, and
Well said, little
the
one.
the evil ones take them out. Um,
Yeah, let me read this thought here from Prepper 101. He says, if people start to rise up and take arms, that just gives the left more power to take more rights away from us all. It's a lose-lose situation for us all. And it does feel like we're kind of stuck in that catch-22 because, I've seen people that I follow that are, online, that are really kind of saying like, this is it. This is the time we need to rise up. We need to start, acting out. And part of me is like, yeah, let's bring it, because, that's part of the complaint, is that too often we sit back and let these things happen. But I don't think that's what Charlie would have wanted, to be honest. He spoke about peace and turning the other cheek. And, as a Christian, he really believed in respecting all life. And that's part of why, I don't know if he claimed to be a pacifist. I'm not trying to put that label on him if he didn't claim that for himself, but that seemed to be what I got from a lot of his messaging. And so I think it would be a shame if, in a way, if his death is a catalyst to more violence coming from the side that he aligned with.
Well, I mean, also there's another thing too. It's like, if we are all playing by the rules, the other side is not playing by the rules. They change the rules on their own, and they're not willing to play nice. They're not willing to have dialogue, and they cannot defend their position. And when they can't defend that position, they get violent. So
Thank you.
in
Really,
some
really
ways,
quickly, Wingnet, let me read this comment so I can keep going, but then continue that thought. Sorry. Peanut, thank you for the help, the support. And he says, if Trump was there, his ears would have shielded Charlie. That's a whole nother conspiracy rabbit hole we've gone down a few times before. But thank you, Peanut. All right, go ahead, Wingnet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Needed to say anything else.
I think that there's a lot of ways that this could play out, and it's hard to know what the right way even is. You know what I mean? Kind of like I was saying, it seems like we want there to be some more accountability for, I don't even want to necessarily just say the left, but I do think that we are very much being, pushed into this left and right paradigm all the time, and not even just left and right. I mean, it's about so many other issues too. And I think that is the agenda, is the divide and conquer. And so I hope that this will be something that brings people together, and not to like pick on anybody who's said anything so far, but we tend to talk in extremes. We tend to talk in like, well, the left does this and the right does that. But the reality is, a lot of people who align or have aligned themselves with the left, or a lot of people who align themselves with the right, have different views. We're somewhere in this broad spectrum in the middle. And I think at the core, we do have the same values. And it's just a matter of how we get there, or how we've been, I don't always want to use the word brainwashed, although I think it's true in some ways, how we've been manipulated, and even by the algorithms, by mainstream media, to see things a certain way, and it's about perspective a lot of times. I see Bradley Cares. I see you back there. I don't recognize your name. Will you let me know in the private chat if I would know you by a different name? Okay. Yeah, I see you. I'm sorry for tonight. I would love to have you come and participate in the chat. But I don't usually let people up on panel that I don't know, only because of issues in the past. So please don't take offense to it. I would love to have you up another time, but let us get to know you a little bit, and, feel free to speak freely in the chat. John, thank you again. And he says, according to Higher Ground Labs, political campaigns now use AI to mine YouTube comments, track sentiment, and predict voter behavior. They feed the spectacle, then harvest the reaction to refine the next script. Absolutely. And this has been proven, I mean, over and over again. And it has been for years. That's part of the way that they think that the 2020 elections, or maybe it was even back to 2016. I'm sorry. I think it was 2016 were even swayed, but especially in 2020, because of the way that the algorithms pinpoint and I actually have a little video I might play about that later. But basically the way that the algorithms work is that they are trying to work for each social media platform, whatever it is, X, Rumble, all of them. They work to try, definitely YouTube. They're working to try to get you to stay engaged. And so the notifications that they're going to send you are whatever are aimed at you specifically, to try to get you to be engaged more, so that whatever they think you're more likely to click on when they send you a notification, they're going to send you those notifications. And it ends up causing each person to kind of have their own little echo chamber. And a lot of us have seen that in a way. We've seen that it's, we've seen the videos that we get, or you'll click on one thing and then all of a sudden you'll get 20 more videos just like it. because they're like testing you. They want you to see if you're still interested in that and if that's what's going to get you to stay engaged on their platform. But it's really problematic because it's making it so that I think in a lot of ways I'm not seeing the same thing Wingnut's seeing necessarily. Although maybe all of us here are more likely to see a lot of the same things than people on the left. And then we're wondering, how can they have such a different worldview? How can they not see what we're seeing? Well, they're literally not seeing the same information and input that we're seeing, and it becomes problematic. It really does.
Yeah, my feed is not full of cat videos. I could tell you that.
Right. Yeah. I've seen some people say, even for me sharing out links and stuff, they're like, oh, thanks, you're helping me, kind of break up my algorithm. And I hope that is something we can do here. It took for a long time. There were a lot of people here who were really all on the same page in a lot of ways for a lot of the topics that we were discussing. And it's taken a lot of work to try to network into some different communities and get some different people here because it's not what the algorithms want. They want us to be in echo chambers.
I do have one thing to say about cats.
Some
For
believe it.
millennium, they have been revered by many a civilization.
So you're
You dropped out for a second there, Indy.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
Yeah,
Hopefully
just for
I'm
a
back.
second. Yeah, just
Oh,
for a
I just
second.
laughed. And I just laughed about Neil's comment and said, so he's pro cat videos.
Right.
Got
I mean,
it.
and there's also like you were talking about, like the radicalization of that. If it was
Right, man.
some crazed lone government type of scenario, that made radicalization by like professors or teachers or whatever. It's possible that there's also AI generated stuff that's on the internet that could also be in that dude's feed that was radicalizing him through that too. Also,
Yeah, I want to point out one more AI video that was definitely AI, and I cannot figure out why other than just to confuse people. But I want to read this comment from Bran. Bran says, when communists insist on disarming, they really mean disarming anyone who may effectively resist them while
Right.
retaining arms to themselves. And I agree with that, as does Moose. But yeah, I did see a video that was clearly AI. It was one of the close-up videos of Charlie, and it showed his ring on his ring finger, which is where he typically wears it. But then at the point that he got of impact, I'll say, his hand moves and the ring switches from his ring finger to his pinky finger. And that was the whole point of the video, was to show that his ring had been switched. So, it was the rest was blurred out. And I just can't figure out why somebody would have used AI to move the ring.
I've seen similar stuff like that on about that girl that got killed on the train thing or whatever. Also, it was like AI generated thing that was trying to muddy the water.
Good to see you, Mary. Right. And yeah, and maybe that's all that it is. Maybe that's the whole point, is just to have something else out there for people to be confused by,
To make us look crazy.
Right. Maybe. I mean, that's probably always a goal in some. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video. This is by Clayton Morris of Redacted. And actually, I'll go ahead and pull it down for a second. Bran, can you put it at 1.25 speed? I think that one will be a good one to do a little bit faster. And this is just Clayton. This was on, oh gosh, okay. This was yesterday. So, he's kind of sharing, like I said, some of his perspective more than some things that have been really confirmed. But then I liked some of his insight that he had to share as well. So I thought it was a good one to share today. All right. Thanks, Bran. All right, here we go.
I think we're at a tipping point moment for this country, and I don't say that lightly. I think what happened today in the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a tipping point moment. I'm going to talk more about that in a second, but I just wanted to come in and say a few words. I've just been thinking about this nonstop since it happened this afternoon. We were, of course, live during our show this afternoon when we knew what happened, but then watching and waiting and hoping and praying that he would make it, and then getting information from the hospital letting us know live on the air that he didn't make it. It's absolutely devastating. I'm absolutely heartbroken, number one, for his little boy, 1-year-old little boy, 3-year-old little girl who are now fatherless, for his wife, first and foremost. And then I am absolutely gutted for our country. I'm devastated about what this means for the future of our country. This does not end well. And when you have all of this rhetoric of violence from people across social media calling for attacks on people like Charlie, we knew it was going to come to this. We knew it was inevitable, sadly. Assassination attempt on President Trump, attacks on other fellow conservative commentators, swatting across the board, showing up at people's homes with SWAT teams, trying to get people killed, hoping that someone will have a gun in their hand so a SWAT team can kill a person. This was going to happen. But I have a lot of unanswered questions about today, and I just want to kind of go through them. Watching the video so many times, getting analysis from friends in law enforcement, sources that were there at the event. How did this happen? How did a shooter who was on the roof and seen by many students, pointed out by many students, allowed to lay prone at 200 yards in a perfectly prone position in order to fire on Charlie?
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
To fire a perfectly timed shot right as he's speaking about violence in the United States, right as he's talking about trans mass shooters in the United States, and asking us to all reflect on this. This is a question we've asked on our show. Why are so many of these mass shootings carried out by people that are likely on SSRIs and some sort of medication, mental illness, and they're trans? Can we have that conversation? No, let's just shoot you instead. We don't want to talk about that because that's intolerant. Why was he wearing body armor? Why was Charlie Kirk wearing body armor? And of course, the way that the bullet hits him, you can see it clearly bouncing right off. It was a kill shot aimed right for his heart, to hit his aorta, to hit that entire, as a friend in law enforcement, former FBI told me today, he said it was like a mess of pipes right there. That you don't shoot someone in the head, that's for the movies. You shoot for the heart because any professional would do it that way. So Charlie was wearing body armor. It deflects the bullet up, hits him right in the neck, and kills him. But more importantly, why was there no ambulance or EMT on site? In Utah, as in other states, state regulations require gatherings over a certain percentage of people, over a certain number of people, even cities have different regulations, require an EMT on site and an ambulance. Go to any local carnival in your neighborhood, and you'll see an ambulance parked there, ready in case someone is injured. Why at this event with thousands of people? No ambulance, no medical, nothing. And so when he shot, how does he get carried away? By 6 individuals grab him and throw him into the back of an SUV. Incredibly difficult to try to administer any kind of care on someone in an SUV. No room to move around, no way to really administer any kind of CPR, try to stop the bleeding, do what they can in the back of an SUV. No ambulance. So likely died on the way to the hospital. Why do we not have this shooter? FBI Director Kash Patel just moments ago posting that those individuals that they rounded up initially and were shared all over social media. Even the university said that they had captured the shooter. Wasn't the shooter at all. Who were these individuals? Who were these people? Eyewitnesses immediately said, this guy didn't do it. He's like a homeless guy. He has no money. We know the guy. He lives in our neighborhood. Like, this guy didn't shoot him. Other individuals rounded up. Why did one person who was rounded up, as you can see here, have a pellet gun in his possession? And photos were shared of law enforcement, shared on social media. We got the guy. This is the shooter. This is not the shooter. And why did he have a BB gun, essentially a pellet gun, in his possession? As friend of the show, former FBI agent Kyle Seraphin pointed out, this is a simple pellet gun, but that was shared all over social media. We got the guy. No, he's still at large. He's still at large at this level. So all that to say, we don't know who the shooter is. We do know that Charlie had told friends in recent weeks that he feared that Israel was going to kill him. Those are Charlie's words to friends, not mine, because his views on what has been transpiring in Gaza as the genocide has unfolded has evolved significantly from where he was months ago, apparently, according to friends that knew him well. So why was he wearing body armor? I mean, I guess just sort of any protection in an event like this would make sense, right? But he was telling friends that he actively thought he was going to be killed. Something to consider. We don't know more than that on that piece of it yet, as the story still evolves. So beyond all of those questions that are still outstanding for me, and excuse the wind here, I've been outside all day after this and just talking to friends and close friends of Charlie and just taking the dog for a walk in the woods, because even my son came home from school today. He's 15 and he was gutted about it. My young daughters knew all about this, because for my son, who has a bunch of conservative young men, 14, 15, 16-year-olds who are close with him, they looked up to Charlie Kirk. They would share videos of him speaking on campuses. They looked up to him. They would, in fact, my son talked about him as a man, like he was he's 31 years old. He was a strong figure for young men. Be a good father, work hard, be a good Christian, all of those things. Take personal responsibility, have a strong work ethic, take care of the women in your lives. And so that message, in the same way that my son, looks up to somebody like David Goggins, his friends, like they want to be men. And they silenced an important voice in that movement for young men. So it makes sense, a very strong voice for young men who have they've had their masculinity really stripped away over the past decade under these liberal policies, under this liberal academia, that you're not allowed to be a man. You're not allowed to be a man. And so a voice in that movement has been silenced, and I'm just gutted about it. I am really gutted about it. I just sit and think about. So all that to say, I've just been outside today, just nonstop, just to be outside walking the dog and trying to get my thoughts together on all of this. This obviously really hits me hard, but I'm sure it hits many of you equally hard. But I'm just struck by the strange arrests, the weird decoys at this event. Why a guy with a pellet gun? Why pretending like we caught this guy? Now we know that we don't have the shooter. Why all of that? But at the heart of it, for me, I believe we are at a tipping point moment for the United States. For far too long, conservative men, independent men, have been too tolerant, and they've been sitting back and they've been allowing this violence to go on. They've been sitting back saying, "Oh, there's the radical leftists again, carrying out another mass shooting. There's another leftist, who's been arrested 14 times, slashing a white girl on a train. We're outraged about it." But this feels different. And speaking to a lot of my conservative friends in positions of authority, they're feeling the same. And I think we're going to see a revolution in this country. I really believe that, unless something changes. Unless we have law enforcement that's willing to go after and lock these people up. When somebody goes online and makes a threat against somebody like Charlie Kirk, or otherwise, or Tucker Carlson, or myself, or it doesn't really matter who. Why are those people not being investigated or arrested and put behind bars? The threat of violence against some other human being in America, there should be no place for this. And yet we've allowed it. And these, Facebooks and social media platforms with this type of rhetoric and violence, I'm not calling for censorship. But I'm calling when someone makes a threat of violence against another individual, that person has a knock at the door and is likely arrested, brought to justice, and made an example of in front of other leftists who are fine to be out there criticizing and calling for violence against somebody else. It needs to stop. But for far too long, the right will just sort of shake their head like, look at these crazy liberals with their blue hair, and they're punching police officers, and they're setting businesses on fire, and look what they're doing to Portland, and they're burning down these buildings, and Antifa is attacking Tucker Carlson at his house, or going after his home and his family in Washington, D.C. Oh, isn't that funny? Going after judges, going after Supreme Court judges. Like, this is enough. This is enough. This is a tipping point moment in the United States. I think you're witnessing now the end of this tolerance. You're witnessing the end of men just sort of sitting back, allowing this to happen. I think we've had it, and I'm really worried about what comes next. But I will say this, it feels like you've made your own bed. It feels like these people have made their own bed. And they had better be ready to lie in it, because I think that that's what's coming. I hope not. I hope that there is maybe a mass change in these cities. Maybe these liberal cities where they've allowed people to wander free. They make threats against people, and they're just no punishment whatsoever. I hope that changes, but I don't think it's going to. And I'm really concerned about what happens next. And I don't say that lightly. But if what I'm hearing from my friends and what I'm seeing online over the past 7-8 hours is any indication of what's coming, we are at a tipping point moment for the United States, and I'm really concerned about it. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But I'm just gutted for Charlie's family, and I'm just praying for his little boy. Just absolutely crushes me. It absolutely tears me up inside. His little girl and his wife. I lost a friend a few years ago, one of my college friends. I was actually on the air at Fox and Friends that morning, or it was like the night before, and I learned that my good friend from college, he was a brain surgeon, for crying out loud, and he died of a brain tumor. He had two little boys, and I couldn't stop crying. It just tore me up so much. And I, sent a message to his family on Fox and Friends, just, saying I'm just so torn up about this. And I couldn't even control myself. I just was crying so much just to think over like these little boys being, raised not having their father around. And it just tore me up inside, thinking about my little boy and, being able to go out and play baseball in the backyard with him. And so they took a lot. They took a lot from this family. And I hope these scumbags rot in hell. And you know what? Utah has a firing squad, has a death penalty. And I hope we make an example out of the son of a bitch, because there's a reckoning coming. There's a reckoning. All right, that's all I want to say about it tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Like I said, obviously that was from yesterday, so some of that information is outdated, and some of it is, oh, can you guys hear me?
What?
Okay, thank you, Neil. All right, and I wonder what Anti said here. He said Democrats say that Charlie spread hate speech, but in reality, he was spreading speech they hated. I think that's valid. I don't want to focus too much on the divide and conquer, because I do think that's part of things, whether this was made to do that or intended to do that or not. It's part of what gets accomplished by this, and I'd much rather see it go the other way. But I do want to bring up how I went into a couple of the much more liberal leaning channels that I was sub to and followed, and those were channels that I went to because I knew that I'd see kind of like the left's perspective, and I like to do that. And I also like to throw off my algorithms a little bit by following some channels that are outside of where my own beliefs lie. And I was disgusted. I was thoroughly disgusted. And I'm talking about, within like an hour after the shooting. And people were in there just saying the most awful things. And yes, I do realize that many of them could have been bots. It's possible that, that they were pushing that hate on purpose, but not all of them were. And there were and the people streaming in both of those cases, which I won't name, but both of those channels, they were saying the same things, and maybe they were influenced by what they were feeding off of from their chats or whatever, but it doesn't matter. It's disgusting. And, I saw a lot of people, I'm not connected with people who would really post a lot of things like that on Facebook anymore. My Facebook is my personal Facebook, and it's been whittled down a lot over the last several years. But as much as I saw all of that and heard about a lot of that, I also did see a few people that I know that are still consider themselves liberals that posted speaking out about that. They commented and said that they were disgusted by what they were seeing. And one friend said I'm paraphrasing, but he said that he wasn't afraid. He didn't agree with Charlie, but he wasn't afraid of him. And what he was afraid of was all of the people on the left who were reacting with glee based off of what he was seeing from their reactions to Charlie being shot. And he said, wasn't Charlie doing what we were supposed to do, having the conversations? And he said he was armed with nothing more than a microphone. And so I was really glad to see some people calling, and the people who commented on that chat, the ones that I knew that I know that are on the left, they were commenting in support of what he'd shared. So I was glad to see some of that. I have a video. I don't know, maybe I'll just share the link to it. I'm not sure that maybe I'll wait. We'll see if we pull it up a little bit later, but it's by a streamer named Angela Rose, and she's someone that's kind of a newer streamer to me that I've started following, but she, she's traveled around to all different countries and cities, kind of following what's going on in each place, kind of the hot topics that are going on in the world. And She was traveling in Central America. She was in El Salvador at the airport when she found out about Charlie, and she had a really good perspective. But one of the videos that she did was kind of people mostly from the left who were calling out that same kind of disgust that they had over the people on the left. And some were saying that they could no longer vote Democrat because of it. And I thought, I would be glad if a lot of the people who have been deceived and, in my opinion, brainwashed by the mainstream agenda and the media that's been pushed would kind of have this be their wake up moment, and it seems like it is for some, and I hope that it is for many. I know some people think it's too late. I've heard people recently say, and I'm not trying to target any one person or anything, but I've, for years, in fact, I've heard people say, if you're just waking up, then too bad for you, and, I just woke up, so to speak, 5, 6 years ago. And, a lot's happened in that time. And I think I've seen more and more people start to have the veil lifted and start to question the mainstream narratives more and more. And I hope that will be an effect of this, that'll be one of the positives that comes out of something so disgusting. Any thoughts on that from panel? I want to give you guys a chance to talk before we get into the next video.
Well, I mean, one of the things that pops in my mind is like, I heard somebody say this, and I kind of agree with it. It's like, you always hear that, that saying is like, there's so many things out there that we cannot change. We, it's like, it's out of our control and all that stuff.
Right.
But, I don't think we should any longer accept the things that we cannot change. Instead, we need to change the things that we cannot accept. All right. And
I like that. Yeah.
Well, it's like I'm sick and tired of this idea that there's, we just can't. There's things that are out of our control. We just can't do anything about it. So why even try? Blah blah blah. I hate that. To me, it's like a defeatist attitude. It's like, well, they're just going to do what they're going to do. We can't do nothing about it. Blah blah blah. I don't like that mentality.
Right.
Because they're just going to continue pushing us over the cliff to our death. And and that's and everybody's got this, and that's what drove me nuts about, and that's also what drove me nuts about the girl that got stabbed. What bothered me more was the people that didn't do a damn thing about it, that were on the thing with right there, didn't do anything, didn't do any kind of aid, didn't go after the guy that did the stabbing, does all the kind of stuff. It's like that drives me, that programmed helplessness that people have, and that drives me insane too.
Right. This ties in with Count's comment here. The message: stop speaking freely, stop using your minds, don't speak inconvenient truth or pay the price. It's a threat to us all. And I agree. I think that could be one way that it's taken. And I've heard some, like Ben Shapiro, there was like a rumor, I guess it was a rumor going around saying that he was canceling all of his upcoming speaking arrangements. And he's since come out, whether that was true or not, I don't know, but he's since come out and said that was not true and that he's going to continue them. I've heard there's some other people, I don't know if they're talking about this in the videos I've saved to share of theirs, but I've heard a lot of other conservative voices saying that they're not going to stop. They're going to make a point to continue speaking out, and they'll possibly even be louder now or speak out more because of what's happened to Charlie.
Well, that's what I was saying also. It's like there's so many people that consider him like a martyr. So it's going to give the birth to millions more Charlie Kirks. That's what I think what's going to happen. And the fear aspect, that they're trying to push is like, okay, you shouldn't speak this kind of stuff or things will happen. They're trying to push that so people will stop, to silence. Because I mean, this is the communist agenda. I mean, if you read the 45 goals of the Communist Party that was read into the congressional record back in 1963, this is part of their agenda. That's part of their goals, is to silence opposition.
The worst of that, at the same time, we were getting hit by the gay manifesto coming around in the late 60s, where they were going to take away morality from America. at the same time that the Communist Manifesto was happening, and the Chinese Communist Party at the same time was infiltrating our business and financing, along with the imperialistic control we had. We have not been free a day of our living lives.
That's the first step of ideological subversion, is to demoralize the nation. That's the first step, you know.
Right.
Be kind, helpful, and grateful. I've been saying it for 3 years. People think I'm weird. I think they're starting to get it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us have been seeing this for years. I mean, and some much longer than I have been. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up this video. This is Joe Rogan's reaction. He was actually filming live with Charlie Sheen when he heard the news. Here we go.
Joe Rogan was informed of the horrific Charlie Kirk assassination as the news was breaking in real time while recording a podcast with Charlie Sheen.
It's so scary. It's so dangerous too, to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. He's not a violent guy who's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. Who's tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot. What you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him.
Right.
Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that.
No.
This is horrible.
No.
But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
Is he a friend?
No. I met him once.
Okay.
I met him once at a gun range, of all places.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him.
Wow.
It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided. And there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided, and they profit off that division. And they stoke the fires. And they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this, is celebrate.
And I've said this before. Now, I really think that you cannot kill an idea with bullets. You have to kill an idea with a better idea. But unfortunately, there are people out there that think that is one way to kill an idea, is with bullets.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It's the best way to make a martyr, actually. There's been times in history where people have been put in jail for long durations rather than be killed.
I agree, Shelby.
They didn't want to martyrize them.
Right. Really quickly, let me go back. It was while we were talking, I want to share this from Nowhere Man. He says, in a world of over 8 billion people, Charlie possessed a unique combination of strengths, talents, and experiences that belongs to no one else. Yeah, I agree. And that's part of, why his passing is such a huge loss, and why I think he is becoming a martyr. Because he really was doing something that not many are able to do. And that was go out and have the conversations and give everyone a platform, because even though he was disagreeing with a lot of what, the people disagreeing with him obviously were saying, he was giving them a platform to have their voice be heard too. And that's really rare. And actually, for those who knew Villain Report, he was a streamer that I first met, so to speak, online, following the Chop and the Chaz. He was also one of those people. He was a unifier. He was one of those people that was really going and speaking with Antifa, speaking with the people on both sides in person, as much as he could. And Antifa really targeted him. He had death threats made on him all the time. And I won't get into it, but even his passing, he's no longer with us. There's a lot of kind of mystery around that, to be honest. But anyway, I feel like he was much like Charlie in how he tried to bring people together. And, I know I'm just a small channel on YouTube, but that is part of what I'm trying to do here too. Let people have their voices be heard. I highlight comments, and there's people up on panel and people in chat. We all have different opinions. I don't ever want this to be an echo chamber, and I know to some it seems that way, but I've always tried to give people a voice here, even those I don't agree with, as long as we can be respectful about it. And I think Charlie did the same. And so, I really do feel his loss.
There's a lot of people that do that man on the street type of talk stuff, and try to talk to the
Well, I
to the
think a
other
lot of
side.
them were
Have you?
inspired by Charlie, though.
Well,
I know Steven Crowder does that now. He's
yeah,
one I can think of off the top of
there's
my
a lot
head.
of stuff. There's a lot of people. There's a couple of girls that that do the same thing. Caitlin Bennett. She's been doing it for a while. There's a couple others, but you
Yeah, kinda.
see what they have to do when they do that is they got bodyguards around them, because every time they go into
Yeah, agreed with
group
that.
of
Here I am.
groups of people, they get violently attacked. Just because they cannot defend their point of view, they cannot defend their whole ideology. They can't even explain, like they're holding a sign and they don't even know what the sign says or how to defend
Or they
the
can't,
sign.
or they only know the slogan on the sign. They don't really have a way, to defend it. They don't have a way to rationalize their beliefs. And that's what I mean by brainwashed. I think that the
Lack of
media is
critical
such
thinking.
a huge culprit in that,
Yeah,
Even
and
like if you look at
that's
really quickly, if you go and look at like online articles, often we've talked about this before, but a lot of times now they'll have like what you need to know, and it's like bulleted 3 sentences, so that if you don't have the attention span anymore to even read the article you've seen and gone to, you can just read the bulleted points and it'll tell you what to think. But if you read the whole article, a lot of times it's not actually concluding. Those points aren't conclusions. They're the agenda they're pushing, and I think that's part of it is the attention span of so many people.
I have one thing to say real quick. It's kind of off topic, but in my opinion, it'll help everyone. The closer, in your personal opinion, you walk to God, the more bullshit you can see through, because you're closer to God. So in these weird times when you can't trust things you see and hear, if you have a good relationship with God, you'll see through most of the bullshit because he'll guide you. That's all I got to say.
Amen. Right. I do think there's a huge part of discernment that is, to me, that's a gift. Well, it is a spiritual gift. That's the Holy Spirit in us. And I think that's why so many people of faith, are either independent or right leaning. And I struggle with people I know that I believe are strong or have believed are strong in their faith, who still consider themselves liberals, because I don't understand, other than them being behind a spiritual veil, if it's not their time, or it's just because of who they're surrounded by, that they really don't see through it.
If you're closer to God and you read the scripture and you actually believe we're in times, it states that there's going to be a lot of soulless people in the end times. And isn't that apparently what we're seeing? Why get mad at it? Move away from those people and get closer to God.
No, I'm not saying I'm getting mad at it. I said that I'm confused by it, because there are people who I believe that they have a personal faith. And so it's hard for me to understand why they don't have that discernment.
It's not for us to understand. It's a personal relationship, and possibly more than probably God has a plan for them, and it's not for us to understand. It's God's plan for them, and he's got one for us.
We'll pull that up later, I think.
I have met people.
Hold on 1 second, Wingnet. Hold on 1 second. Michigan, I want to make sure people heard that Michigan heard me and others. I think we'll go ahead and pull up this video. I know that Erica Kirk did just speak, so we'll find a video of that and pull it up a little bit later.
But I have met people, and I know there are people out there that claim to be Christians just because they go to church every Sunday or twice a week. Just because they go to church every week, they consider themselves Christians. But they don't even, they don't live by the word or whatever, you know what I mean? So, they're basically, it's a title they put on top of themselves. It's not
religion
really
is man-made. and that is a perfect
Well,
deception.
I'm not going to try to judge anybody's personal relationship with God, which is actually what religion is, or faith is, I should say. I know there's all sorts of connotations, and it's really popular right now to go be down on churches. And I can understand why. I think that they have been infiltrated. I think that they have been corrupted, but not all of them. It's again, we can't just speak in extremes and say all Christians, are part of a religious cult and brainwashed. Just like you
100%
can't say
agree.
that about any other religion, so we just have to be careful about how we speak in extremes, because that's
Well,
the
like I
divide
said,
and conquer they want.
like I said, I've met people, and there are a lot. I'm not saying all, but there are that use it for basically a title, and it's not, they're not living.
Look at Jerry Falwell. Isn't that the
Yeah.
guy who got millions of dollars and was a fake Christian?
Well, I mean, there was also another televangelist dude that he embezzled a whole bunch of
Oh, for sure. There's
the
plenty of
donations.
grifters.
Yeah, the donations from the parishioners or whatever, and bought like huge mansions and all this other stuff.
Right.
I mean, I remember back in the day of, what was it, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. I mean, I thought they were following me because, I mean, I was down in Orlando when they were there, and then we moved to North Carolina, and then they ended up moving to North Carolina. I was like, are you freaking following me or something? It's like,
Right,
I remember
Eli.
that. I mean, they had
I
built
saw
a
that
dog
happen in
house.
real time.
They had a dog house that was bigger than the house that I was living in at the time. I was like, come on.
I mean, you can look at a lot of names. I don't think we need to name them, but yeah, you can look at a lot of the big names in supposedly the Christian movement, whether it's Christian television or just mega churches, in general. And I think a lot of them are grifters and have nothing to do with God. And I'm, like I said, I'm not trying to judge them. I'm just going off of what I see and the message, I'm not trying to judge. The Bible says we'll know them by their fruits. And if you're looking at the fruits of what they do, it has nothing to do with God. Eli said, Antifa tried to indoctrinate me when I was a lefty and they freaked me out. And I'd said, I don't know if you guys heard me, but I'd said that I saw that happen in real time when I was watching the Chop and the Chaz and all of that, kind of behind the scenes security footage of what was going on there. And a lot of people who were there live streaming, I was seeing how Antifa infiltrated and had people bust in, and it was very organized. And then I saw that repeated in other states, and they really are indoctrinating people. They truly are using like militant methods to brainwash people and break them down and rebuild them in the way that they want.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer's Letters of Stupidity. I've told people for over a year and a half to read it, and then look around outside. It's happening right now.
Yeah.
So,
okay, Tate says there is no difference between communism and socialism except in the means of achieving the same ultimate end. Communism proposes to enslave men by force, socialism by vote.
Right.
And he continues that down below. Let me see if I can
That's
find
what
it real
democracy leads to socialism.
It is merely the difference between murder and suicide. Ayn Rand. Thank you, Tate. And one more thing, hold on. John says, we are witnessing change and growing pains. Every time new tech is introduced into society, we go through it. The printing press, radio, telegraph, TV, weapons, electricity, money, etc., etc. Some are for it, some against. I've pondered that myself, John, because I am really anti-AI. I am not using it. I've never used Chat GPT. I'm not going to use Grok. I don't use any of the Ring cameras. I don't use any of the, I guess that's not technically AI, but I don't use any of the Siri or any of that crap. I don't believe in supporting and helping train that kind of technology, because I do think I see long term that's going to be used as a method of control. And I want no part of it. It's not something I'll participate in. But is that just me being, the get off my lawn? You know what I mean? Like, is that me just saying I'm not willing to adjust to what's,
Indy,
how the world is shifting? I don't
get off my lawn, Indy.
Yeah. Right, Snooks.
I
Yeah, I know many of you knew Villain.
I use AI for one thing, and that's when I'm doing my lyrics. I just use it to put the music to it. That's the only thing I use AI for.
Right. Yeah, and I've said that there are some of you that I know well, and I like the music that you create, and so I do occasionally share some AI music, but I have to be honest and say that I have to really kind of get past the factor to me, because as much as I appreciate that it allows, in that sense, it allows people to create music that might not be able to otherwise, or that it would take a lot longer to create like a song about Charlie and things like that. And I think, we can use those tools for good. I like I said, I don't want to be supporting it. I really don't. And I try not to in my personal life,
I used AI one time to try and find me a girlfriend, and it came back error.
You're just not
AI
compatible.
knows.
You're not compatible.
The 404 error.
Yep.
I don't know that one, Al. I don't think. Yeah.
You don't have the right equipment.
Oh, it's definitely not an issue. It's more probably thought process.
Well said, Pappy. Pappy Two Bears says, in a world where all the information streams are polluted, people should remember to tap the wellspring of spirit within themselves for the truth of all things. Right. And I think that ties in with what we were talking about with discernment, for sure.
Well, truth is the first victim, when it comes down to it. That's exactly one of the first things that they try to stifle or control or eliminate, because they want everybody confused. That's why that's all that muddy water, all that crazy AI generated videos and stuff like that. It muddies the water so people can't really discern what is reality, what is truth. You know what I'm saying? And that is a problem, and it's getting worse because the AI is getting better and more smarter. The more people use it, the more it gets like worldwide.
Good to see you, Jason. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another short video. This is Brandy Cruz's reaction. And she's a local independent journalist. She was someone who was actually assaulted while she worked for the mainstream media. She was assaulted by Antifa when she went into the chop and the chaz trying to meet with both sides. And I think that basically that whole the whole mainstream coverage of what she saw firsthand was not true, is what led her to leave the mainstream media and become an independent journalist. So here we go.
It's terrible. It doesn't look good. But there's been no official announcement yet.
Can you take me off camera for just 1 second? Can you just take me off camera for 1 second? You maybe put up that vice president thing. As you have seen, oh my gosh, I just cannot watch that anymore. He was hosting an event at a university campus in Utah and was shot, targeted, obviously. A lot of videos and photos, and so much of what he posted is, yes, political, but he posts about his family a lot and his young daughter and just married life and family life. And oh my gosh, it's just horrifying that somebody would show up there and would do that. And, Charlie Kirk is someone who you might not agree with everything that he says or does, but he has launched this just unfathomable movement in the United States to get young people involved in politics. And also, and he doesn't get enough credit for this, for getting people to be willing to engage in difficult conversations. And it's one thing to get online and to yell and scream at people and be angry, but he goes all over the country and has face-to-face conversations with people on really challenging topics. And I will say he does it very respectfully. He wants to be asked questions. He wants to hear from them. And so to me, that's been something that we should have more of, not less of. And, these people get up and they'll be mad at him over his views. And oftentimes he's able to explain his position and he sort of talks them down a little bit, and they can leave having some semblance of common ground and understanding. So, that is possible. It's possible even when you have someone like Charlie Kirk, who's this larger than life figure who has, some very deep conservative beliefs, to be able to stand face to face with someone and have a conversation with them about issues like radical gender ideology and what's happening in schools. And so this is horrifying, and it absolutely is going to do nothing for the political climate in this country. We all have to lower the temperature. It doesn't mean that we can't have, deeply held beliefs. It doesn't mean we can't fight for them. It doesn't mean we can't talk about controversial issues and push back against things we think are insane and push back with all our heart and soul. We can do all of those things. But when it comes to this atmosphere that's just excusing and contributing to this idea that the only way to deal with our problems is like through violence or some sort of radical pushback. I mean, all of us have to work to try to tamp down the temperature in this country.
The only problem is, this is always stuck in my mind. It's like when the evil ones are
Here
willing
nowhere,
to,
man. Thanks for being here.
when the evil ones are willing to use violence against us. I mean, just you know, showing my chest out and having the little rainbows shoot out at them is not going to help. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can be a Care Bear, but but a bullet's not going to stop.
Right, Moon. It's
I
true.
mean, just because you guys want to have dialogue.
Amen, Cheryl.
Yeah, I don't know. And like I said, it's just like it's a worldwide cabal that is trying to push this narrative onto us, and it's nothing new. This is something that's been going on for a long time. It's just nowadays it just seems like they're just shoving it down our throat and in our face, and not hiding anymore.
Good to see you, Zio. Thanks for being here. Hey, Prepper Book Club. The link is pinned at the top for anybody else who wants to come up and join us. NCQ, thanks for coming up. You have some thoughts you want to share?
I do. Hey, everybody. Good to see y'all. Good to hear y'all. I did do a lot of digging. I left some of my information in there in the chat about the definition. When you look up the city of Orem in Utah, you come up with the name meaning the root of serpent and mouth. I thought was very interesting considering how things transpired and the whole concept of when you look at the root of what the Mormon church is and all of the different symbology on it. I think that has to play a part in where the ground zero of everything played out. Just again, with what everybody said, to have discernment as much as you possibly can. And if that's something that you need to build and fellowship with, then by all means, fellowship, right? But just don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. And I did drop a video in the back chat. It is kind of unrelated to the topic of the evening, but it goes along with the concept of the discernment and the
interesting, Mary.
The things that they have playing out right now.
Okay, I will open that up in a little bit and check it out. Thank you very much. And Anti, could you send me, I saw the link you posted earlier to Erica speaking. Could you send that to me in Discord? And then I'll add that to the list to play a little bit later. Mary said there is photos supposedly of Charlie in the ER. Does not look like him. Has anyone else seen it? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything about that. I did think it was, I mean, I don't know for sure, but to me, and from hearing what a lot of others who have watched the footage say, I would be surprised, especially since there wasn't an ambulance on site and he was put in an SUV. I would be really surprised if the story that came out of him being in stable but critical condition and he was getting blood transfusions, I'd be surprised if that was true. And I wonder why they put that information out if it wasn't true, you know? Have any of you so let us know in the chat or up on panel, have any of you seen footage of him in the ER or heard anything more about when he was there?
I have not.
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
Just another one of those kind of oddities, you know? And again, it could be kind of that fog of, you know, I don't want to say fog of war like it was a war, but Ken, I'm just going to mute you when you're not speaking because there's a lot of that TV background noise. But please feel free to unmute, you know, anytime. But yeah, so, you know, I don't know if it's just that confusion, you know, it could have been people that were maybe getting misinformation themselves and reporting it because they believed it to be true. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was done in a way to be manipulative, even if it was not accurate information that was shared. And Bruce, I saw you come in earlier. Benjamin, much love to you both. Thanks for being here. MB, I saw you here at the beginning. Glad you're still hanging out. Good to see you. All right. Have a good night, Bruce. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song. This is by Jesse Wells, and I've shared a lot of his music here before. He, he's amazingly talented and puts out a lot of information in his songs, truth in his songs, and I can't believe how quickly he creates his music in general. But this is his tribute to Charlie.
For all the bile, the bold talk, the venom, the hate and the lies, no one should get killed, no blood should be spilled. Charlie shouldn't have died. Well, you can't hate the gun and love the gun that shot your rival. You can't be kind and wish hate upon a child. Everybody's gotta say what they're needing to say. As soon as they're needing to say it, the freedom to speak, to be a freak, and the freedom to say you hate it, and have a big old conversation. I heard laughing, I heard glee, but it could have been you, it could have been me. Out in the bloodshed, everyone loses. There's unforgettable scars. Out in the bloodshed, permanent bruises. Shapes up who you are. Children let the wonder America aimless with the firebrand of resent, wondering who it is took my daddy with the destiny of revenge. Out in the bloodshed, the cycle begins, and everyone dies. You spin the wheel. If you don't get killed, you'll wind up dead inside. I heard laughing, I heard glee, but it could have been you, it could have been me.
All right. I don't know exactly where Jesse places himself on the political spectrum, but I feel like he's more of an independent that's a little bit maybe came from the left or left leaning. And so I was glad to see him, put out something kind of calling out what he was seeing from that side. Well said, Jesse. Right, Pat. I did see that. That was later. Yep. Yeah, John, I guess that's true, except that there were so many eyewitnesses and people involved, that could be the reason for it. Okay. Just kind of catching up here at Butterfly. Good to see you, Kamama. If you want to give an update, I hope that you're doing well. Right? Blood makes you related. Love makes you family. I like that, Bruce. Shelby, I'm not sure what part of it you mean was a movie prop. I've heard a lot of different theories. So if you want to clarify, you can. Right, Tate? Oh, yeah, of course we have. Well, I don't know if the real one, but I think we've all seen some. Mm-hmm. All right, it's awfully quiet. Can somebody say something up on panel just so I know my sound is still working?
What? I can't hear you,
Marco
Andy.
Polo.
Did
Thanks,
you say
guys.
something?
I was talking. Hopefully you guys could hear me. I don't know. I'm always feeling like things are not working on my end.
You're
so
in and
we'll
out.
see.
You're sounding like a robot. Are you talking right now?
Okay, but Neil, say things that are true, and I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, hold on a second. You didn't specify truth in that statement at all.
Right. All right. And I did get that link. Thank you, Anti. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting that in Discord. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a good song too. I like him a lot. Hey, Bones Mama, much love to you. It's always good to see you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if you want to come up to share any of your thoughts about Charlie and everything going on. No pressure, but just saying. But I'm glad you're here either way. Yeah, we opened with that tonight, Mo. That was the first song, and it was really well done. I thought he did a good job on it. And I think it seemed very heartfelt too. Yeah, Shelby, I've seen that as well. I think a lot. We've talked about that before. I don't know if we've ever played that footage. We probably won't do that tonight, but yeah, I do think that the driver was the one that did it. Amen, Bruce. Fear not what they can do to the body. Yep. The soul is what matters. And that was definitely the message that Charlie shared as well. Okay. Before I play another video, any thoughts from anybody up on panel? Oh, and before, there
I
we
think
go.
everyone should invest in space mining because platinum's already a thing coming.
Well,
Space.
relevant thoughts,
Oh,
Neil.
okay,
Relevant thoughts. Thank you. All right, Jude, thanks for coming up. What are your thoughts that you'd like to share?
Well, when I heard the news, the first thing I did is I called my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a total wreck.
Like, was she someone that followed Charlie closely?
Yes.
Good to see you, Sherry.
She was hysterically crying.
Mm-hmm.
And what she told me was, I don't know why I'm like this. I didn't personally know him.
Right.
That impact, that someone that he didn't personally know, that could have that big of an effect on someone. Right.
Yeah, Jude, that's kind of what I'd said is, I'd watched some of his videos here and there. Of course, I'd seen him. I really mostly had watched his, speaking with different students or people at, kind of debating at different universities and campuses. But he's not someone that I really followed closely, but it still really did hit me. It really did impact me. And I think that that's true for a lot of us,
That's because he's an influencer, and even though you might have disagreed with a lot of what he said, he's what's called an influencer, and what he said actually got into conversations of people who disagreed with him. So he was
as well,
an influencer,
right? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that your grandma was impacted that way, but I understand why she was too. Hold that thought, when you don't forget it. Hang on. Silver Shelby says, while he got shot, the government was passing digital currency as of January 1st. Anyone hear about that? I didn't hear about that. I'll have to look into that, Shelby. Thank you for sharing. I think there's a lot that's been going on. Okay, hold on, Neil, say it again, but after I'm done speaking so we can hear you. But yeah, I think there was a lot that I've heard that was kind of going on all at the same time. So including, by the way, I do want to mention the shooting at the school in Colorado, which was obviously completely overshadowed in a lot of ways by this as well. All right, Neil, what did you say? Go ahead and say it again. And Wingnut, keep holding that thought.
I've been saying for quite some time on my channel, ISO 222. If you look at the ISOs, I think the US fiat dollar is ISO 4217. ISOs are important. It has a lot to do with financing and the future of our money. If it's going digital, look at the ISO 222. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And yes, the most recent law that was passed is in that bill that he's talking about. But there's other laws that have been passed a couple of months ago that said it was coming.
Well, as far as my opinion on digital currency, as much as people can, do not comply, because once it goes to a fully digital currency, we're screwed. We have no control. Watch any dystopian film or put 2 minutes of thought into it. We do not want a digital currency. Okay, Wingnut, what was your thought? Do you remember? And thank you, JM.
No, not really. Go ahead.
Dang it. I tried to get you to hold on to it. I really did. All right, and there it is for those who are looking.
I'm going to have to start writing this stuff down.
Right, you need to keep a notepad. Squirrel.
Oh my God, you'll have it filled within 10 minutes, brother.
Right. Oh, such great news, Kamama. I'm so glad to hear that. She says no surgery. bad arthritis in my neck. I'm sorry to hear that part of it, but I'm glad that you don't need surgery. And she's taking meds for spasms and pain meds. All right. Well, I hope that those are productive, Kamama, and that that you're healed fully. I really do. Thank you for all my mods who are sharing out links. Appreciate you guys. Right. I hear you, Bones Mama. Bones Mama is one of my OGs I first met when I first came to YouTube. We went down a lot of rabbit holes together, most of which turned out to definitely be true. So, yeah, it's good to see you, Bones Mama. Okay. Bones Mom says, who helped this kid with the weapon? Where's his internet info? Now I did hear that they pulled a lot of his stuff off of some social media. I didn't hear what platform, but that they said they believed his mom was like deleting a lot of it, but there's a lot that was already taken. I've seen a couple like compilation videos of things that I'm assuming they got off something like Facebook. If it wasn't Facebook, something along those lines, maybe Instagram. Yes, and did we talk about we did bring up the Amazon book. That is really weird. There's something that seems really off about that to me too. I mean it could be something as simple as the dates were wrong on Amazon. I think that's a possibility. But we've seen things like that before where, on September 11th, there was things that was reported in the UK and about Tower 7 falling before it had, there were things about JFK that reported in other countries before it happened. So, if that was out, the book was out about, it's called The Shooting of Charlie Kirk. If that was out ahead of time, then it would be consistent with things in the past. So I'm not ruling it out.
The same thing happened with Maui. There was a book that came out the day before about the fire, but it was the day before.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that happen. There's also, you can also go back and see some very coincidental legislature that was passed, in Maui and other places. Right, Bones Mama? I hear you.
It brings up a question.
I've been following.
I was going to say, it brings up a question: who's going to profit? Who's going to gain on either? Doesn't matter what side it is. Who's going to profit? Right. Who's going to gain from all of it?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Wingnut, because so often, follow the money, so to speak. We can kind of find, and unfortunately, a lot of times the people at the top are investing in both sides, so like the war machine, this is maybe a different kind of war that we're seeing right now. JK Memes, I think that you are new to me. Welcome in. And he says Black Scout Survival on this platform is a good channel to follow. And I agree. I have a video of his that we might pull up in a little bit to share as well. But a lot of his thinking aligns with mine, and he has some different points to add as well. So I really, I'm grateful that he's speaking out and using his platform, and he doesn't seem to be, aligning with one side or the other, which I agree. I like that. It doesn't feel like he's owned and operated.
I do have something to say that bothers me that I heard in the news today. Some influencer was talking about how it happened in Utah, and Utah has the firing squad, and he hoped that was used. And the first thing that came to my mind was the Kennedy shooting. And if the shooter hadn't been killed, we could have got so much more information. So I'd be more concerned if they catch the guy and kill him fast than if they catch him and hold him for a couple of years and get all the information.
Well, see, that was one of the things that I was talking to my cousin about. He didn't really care about anything except his main concern was why. He wanted to know the reason why.
That's the $1 million on most of this, just the why, because it leads to who.
Right, well, that's what I was trying to say is like, like what you were on what you were trying to say, Neil, also is like, it's a rush to hide them away or take them out, through the laws or whatever, or, death penalty or whatever, that.
Yeah, we talked about that, JK.
That reason why will never be found out. And that's what, like I said, I mean, he wasn't even concerned about, this and that, the details of this and that. The only thing he was like, it was like, what was on his mind is like the reason why
He's Silver Patriot.
the guy did it. It's like, okay, well, it's possible. We can make guesses and stuff unless he actually, unless the person that they claim that they caught that is the shooter, if he actually admits to certain things and
Right, Jim, it's
and that
true.
becomes public and all that stuff, and then we'll have that will answer the question of why he did it. What was his what was going through his head at the time, blah blah blah. Otherwise that will never be known if they just take him out, or because
Well, to be honest, I was surprised that he was taken in alive because that so rarely happens now.
Well, I was going to say that also. Dead men tell no tales. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that would be one way to just to stop the conversation and like keep everybody guessing, and never know the actual truth of what's going on. And even then, you can't really believe what the
Good to see you,
mainstream media is
Sandy.
telling you anyway. You know what I'm saying? This is MK
Right.
Ultra, CIA, Mockingbird crap, mainstream
Good
media.
call, Shelby.
This is all propaganda ever since Obama made it legal to propagate propaganda onto the American people on American soil. You really can't trust anything that they put out there. Even like, Cash Patel, that guy, nobody should trust this dude. I mean, the guy can't even, you
Right.
sit there, look at him, and he's got cross eyes and stuff. It's like, which eye am I supposed to look at? You know what I mean? I'm like,
Love ya.
you can't really trust anything from any of these people up there. Because what they're putting out there is like, this is what it is, and da 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 da. That's just to stifle the whole scenario. And it's like, okay, we caught the guy. That's the end of it. We'll just sweep everything else under the rug, and that,
Well, I think too, it leaves the doorway
JK, we did
open.
talk about this.
It leaves the
Hold
doorway
on,
open.
CQ, 1 second. I just want to, I'm trying to catch up in chat, so I want to keep going through these comments. JK, we did talk about a lot of the points you're bringing up earlier in the stream. If you want to go back later and check it out, the chat will repopulate once it is reposted too. But we did talk about a lot of the points you're bringing up. So yeah, thank you. Go ahead, CQ. Good to see you, Anthony. And Count, much love.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was it opens the doorway for another potential Oswald 2.0, right? Almost down to the grassy knoll and, the bouncing bullet thing and all of that stuff. Like, when I tell you I went down rabbit holes, y'all, I was down rabbit holes for almost the first 24 hours.
Yeah.
And this was because right away, like the spidey senses started tingling and I went, this ain't right. It don't smell right. It don't sound right. I start with the name of the place and the event. I start looking at the time. I start looking at other things that were going on around it. And there's so many pieces that I'm sure 6 months from now, a year from now, we'll all be able to have the majority of the loose ends tied, if you will. But as I said earlier, if they lied to you yesterday, they'll lie to you today and they will lie to you tomorrow. Do your own research.
They'll lie to you for the next 60 years. I mean, look at what JFK. I mean,
Agreed.
seriously,
Right. And that's the thing, now it's like we're trying to get the truth within a matter of days. And then, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Of course we want to try to get, and honestly, I've heard other people say, if you don't get the information right away, then that's when it starts to get all blurry,
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I agree with that, Bones Mama.
And it's already started with, like you were talking earlier, with the AI scenario, with the AI video of the ring shifting from finger to finger. That's just another thing to kind of create confusion and muddy the waters and what's really truth. I would say anybody that was at that scenario, at the venue, if they had cell phone footage, put it on the internet. I mean, anybody that has cell phone footage from any of that stuff that while they were when they were at the venue, that's what drives me nuts about, like,
we're gonna put that up in a little bit.
The Trump scenario with his ear. There were so many people that were sitting right behind him that had cell phones. But do I see any of those cell phone footage come out? I haven't seen nothing.
Right, but you're discrediting the fact that you guarantee, that they got all of those phones, the footage, everything possible. That's just kind of how the forensics of a thing works, right? Like they gather all the evidence that they can. They get everybody to send them emails of their video if they're doing video. They compile all of that together. That's just kind of how it happens. And then they have to sign a sworn statement.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to take that into account too.
Don't forget they can also be scrubbing things, not only from the internet, but also from people's devices. We know that that's happened in several occasions. Think back on even the Trump alleged assassination attempt with his ear. All those people that were in the front that would have had the perfect view with their phones up recording that were behind him, that saw that his right ear. Like I've seen one alleged photo of his ear, the injury on his ear, one. And what happened to all of that? But I know people who were at J6, for example, who Villain, the guy I was talking about earlier, Villain Report was one of the people who was there. He was one that was trying to save Roseanne Boyland. And he had footage of all of that. And he said that it was taken in real time. When he got back to his hotel that night, the footage before and the footage after was all still on his phone. Everything that he'd had from during him being at the Capitol had been taken from his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the FBI gathered 18,000 hours of video from 6 hours.
Say that again, Neil.
The FBI gathered 18,000 hours of viewing video from 6 hours of that day. They know exactly who did what.
Absolutely. And this wouldn't be the first time in history, certainly with those of us that are familiar with the cop audits and all that fun stuff and some of these police body cam channels and stuff that are out here, that the cops will erase your video as you're taking video of them violating your rights.
Yeah. They'll take your SIM cards. They'll try, erase videos off of your phone. And I've seen it happen too. It's like even body cam footage from the cops and stuff. They delete stuff. They redact it, or they blur stuff out, or they actually cut the audio out or whatever. Because if it puts them in a bad light, they gotta get rid of it.
Right. Yeah, there's always a narrative being pushed in one way, shape, or form. Right. Good point, Bones Mama. Collect as many screenshots as you can now. Yeah, before things get wiped. Yep. Agreed. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up this video. This one is by Awaken with JP. He is, if for those who might not know him, he is usually he's a comedian, so he's usually sharing truth through humor. And I liked what he had to share in regards to Charlie. Here we go.
Charlie Kirk was an absolute hero and should always be remembered as such. In his very unfair passing, I know it's left so many of us devastated, heartbroken, grieving, filled with anger. And then we remember not only was he a truth crusader, he was a husband and a father. What the evil doesn't know that took Charlie's life from him is his work will far outlive him. I'll tell you why that's true in a second. But first, from my point of view, Charlie's life's work was about doing God's work. And he did that through the form of standing for truth, freedom, family values, and America. Charlie was truly a modern day warrior fighting for truth. And he didn't use violence. He used something far more effective, far more in alignment with God. He used his heart, his brilliant intellect, and words, and he used them to dismantle the evil that manipulates people's minds. And I don't think there's another human being in my lifetime that more effectively helped free people from mind control and evil that wants to manipulate them, to control them, so they could have their minds back, so they could have a better connection with God through a clear mind and a clear heart. And it is absolutely no exaggeration to say that Charlie Kirk's work is just as potent as MLK's work of helping free society from the evil that likes to divide based on race using hatred, or Gandhi's work or Nelson Mandela's work that fought the evil of corruption and tyranny. Truly, the only difference is, by all objective measure, Charlie Kirk reached more people. And this is why Charlie Kirk's work will continue and live on far past him. He didn't make his work about himself. He made his work about serving others. He founded Turning Point USA that has over 250,000 student members. Charlie Kirk's videos have well over billions of views online. He not only impacted more lives than can be counted, he helped awaken and motivate to do the work of God. And the evil that possessed the human being or human beings behind Charlie's murder was threatened by Charlie. And that should be a powerful testament to the impact that Charlie Kirk has had on humanity. Evil oftentimes functions with intelligence, but it's still stupid. Here's why. It doesn't understand the human heart. It doesn't understand that people like you and I, we're now more motivated than ever to carry on Charlie Kirk's legacy of pursuing truth, standing for truth, and doing God's work, being devoted to our families, more now than ever before. So in other words, as many people have already said online, the moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated, millions of Charlie Kirks were created. And here's how stupid the evil is. The evil thinks you will be intimidated into silencing yourself because of what it did to Charlie Kirk. For you to get the message that says, here's the consequence of pursuing truth in God's way. Here's the consequence of calling out Satan's mental manipulations and how it captures people's minds. There is a consequence to that. Did you see the video? We made sure you would see the video. And evil wants you to be intimidated into silencing yourself. And that makes intellectual sense, but evil is stupid because it doesn't understand that you and I have a heart that's connected to God, the same God-given legacy that Charlie Kirk lived so brilliantly in his life. That's the same God-given legacy that wants to live through you and I. And I would dare say Charlie Kirk's life and his death is the biggest inspiration for you and I to double down and realize now is the time, more important than ever, to stand for truth. Not when it's easy to do, but especially when it's hard to do. And that's one of the lessons I get from Charlie Kirk. He didn't just stand for truth when it was easy, sitting there talking to a camera. He went into the hardest places imaginable to represent truth. Hostile college campuses where many people's minds have been captured, but he cared enough to go help where it was needed the most. But that was also the hardest place to stand for truth. And that's a lesson I get from Charlie Kirk. Courage isn't standing for truth when it's easy. It's seeing his life example and realizing real courage is standing for truth when it's hard to stand for truth. Now, on that, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, here's a quote from the Bible in Corinthians that the evil doesn't want you to know. Yes, we live under constant danger of death because we serve Jesus, so that the life of Jesus will be evident in our dying bodies. So we live in the face of death, but this has resulted in eternal life for you. But we continue to preach because we have the same kind of faith the psalmist had when he said, I believed in God, so I spoke. So as we continue to grieve, how can we honor the life of Charlie Kirk? Number one, praying for his beloved wife and his two children that had their husband and father so unfairly taken from them. Number two, I would invite you to consider this. Let his children's father's legacy live on through you and I. Speak the truth, especially when it's hard to be spoken. Speak the truth when we're intimidated not to. Be devoted to serving God. Be devoted to having a family. and prioritizing your family. Charlie Kirk absolutely left this world a better place. And the more you and I can learn from the courageous example of Charlie Kirk and let that live through us, he will continue to leave the world an even better place. We lost a national treasure.
All right. Thank you so much, Hudson Valley Mike, for the support, and thank you for being here as well. I want to go back to a super chat from John. He said, "What if there was a real plot, but AI picked it up, and then the plot became an enactment to catch and charge the big fish of the plot, just like J6?" I think that's a really interesting thought I had not heard, John. Thank you for putting that out there. All right. Good to see everybody coming in. Silver Shelby, I think I saw your comment about aliens. I think there's a lot of people here who would agree with you. So don't jump to conclusions about what other people believe, I would say. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and for the support. And thank you, Imir. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here and helping as well. Always. Much love. All right. Thank you, Mike, for sharing this out. Appreciate you. And thank you, Mo. You guys rock. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate it. I really do. All goes to a good cause, I promise. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right. Yeah, I really liked what JP had to say. I think, that message of kind of unity is what I'm trying to go with more than anything else. Even though it's easy to be really disgusted by, what we see as the other side, but I think that's what they want us to do in a sense, so we've got to kind of rise above that a little bit. At the same time, what do we do? I saw some people kind of put that in the chat. So where, I think Imir had said, where do we go from here? What do you guys think up on panel and in chat? And Mike, thank you for coming up. How are you doing tonight? You want to take that on first or share any thoughts about Charlie's passing or kind of where we go from here?
Oh, where do we go from here? Well, we continue the legacy. Don't be afraid. Get out there and do exactly what Charlie Kirk was doing.
Right.
There's not enough people out there doing that. And be courageous. He knew the risk. He even had a video where somebody was asking him about it, and he said, "It's all in God's hands. I'm not worried about it."
Right. Yeah, I have some words of his I'm going to pull up in a little bit too that go along with that. Yes, they are, Snooks. Thank you. Right, Pat? Hope, peace, and love are the greatest gifts of all. Absolutely. Amen. Right, Shelby? I agree with you on that one too. Yeah, I think JP is very wise. Jerry, agreed. Good to see you, Scott. Thanks for being here. All right. Okay, well, I wasn't sure if I was going to pull this up to play or not. I think I will go ahead and pull it up. I won't play the whole thing. I'm just going to play part of it, but this is by a streamer named Angela Rose, and she's the one I was saying. I'm kind of newer to following her, but I've been appreciating a lot of what I've been seeing of her content. She's definitely conservative, but she is trying to kind of cover both sides of different issues. And in this video, like I said, I'll just play part of it, but she's kind of showing mostly people from the left who were calling out how they were disgusted by how the reactions that people were having that were joyful or celebrating Charlie's death. And it was, with seeing so much division, I was glad to see so many people that were speaking out against it as well. Here we go.
The Democratic Party should be viewed as a terrorist organization.
The left has no one left.
As a registered Democrat, all I have to say is the Charlie Kirk shooting just proves that we are the worst, man. My party is the fucking worst. I got people celebrating hoping that he dies. Are we fucking for real right now? Where's the empathy? Where's the respect, man? It's disgusting. It's disgusting, truly. And the fact of the matter is this: he was a father, and whether or not I agree with his political opinions, all he truly wanted to do at the core was see this country be the best. And I can fucking respect that. And to see people just be blatantly disgusting. We're the worst, man. We're horrible.
I mean, he is completely right. How can anybody stay in the Democrat Party knowing that they attack and murder people for being good people and caring about the youth of our country?
Well, let me just say it now. In 3 years, I am not voting for Democrats. Fuck off.
Who would? This is a problem that the Democrats have had for a long time, and it's just getting worse because people are realizing how insane they are. Now, in the EU, they were supposed to give a minute of silence for Charlie, and this is what happened.
That incites violence. Please stand with me in reflection and prayer in his honor, and I yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence.
Herr Kollege Weimers, wir haben abgesprochen, Sie wissen, dass die Präsidentin hat eine Schweigeminute abgegeben. Wir fahren weiter fort. Wir kommen zum Bericht von Herrn
Shut up!
Abstimmung Eintritt in die
So you might see this and think, well, you know, it's because Charlie wasn't European. And to that, I say, this was a man who was murdered publicly because he was exercising his free speech and because he was a good person and a good role model. He stood for the things that the people of Europe take to the streets today and protest for. He stood for European values as well. He really respected Europe and he loved their culture. At the very least, they could have shown a little bit of respect. This insanity is the reason why all of the left has left the left, and people even like Dean Withers understands how bad his party has gotten. This was his response to Charlie's passing.
His wife and children were in attendance, dude. Imagine, you know, imagine being a 12-year-old, you know, watching your dad fucking die. Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie Kirk.
I mean, some people say that his reaction looks like he is acting. I think a lot of people are really confused on how to handle this. This isn't something that we are supposed to be exposed to. We shouldn't have had to see this video that is haunting everybody. To me, it is an attack on America. And so the only people left of the left party are terrorists. And so if you are proudly celebrating this online, you need to be investigated and you need to either go to jail or you need to go to a mental asylum, because it doesn't make sense how a party can be so hateful. That would be the worst thing for your life, to be in a party like this. Why would anybody stay?
This whole Charlie Kirk thing. You know, I'm a left-leaning moderate, but the left has done a really great job of pushing us all over to the right the past year. And I'm so sad because what Charlie Kirk brought to the table was conversation and debate, and that's why I liked him. I didn't always agree with him, but damn. We need more conversation and we need more debate. And all I can hope is that all of these kids that showed up on these college campuses to debate him or to agree with him or whatever, I hope we end up with thousands more of Charlie Kirk out there debating.
Yes. Yeah, I've been seeing posts saying that all this did was create many more Charlie Kirks. And the thing is that man was incredibly hard to come by because nowadays it is very easy for anybody to buy a microphone and begin talking and begin preaching about how we should live our lives correctly. However, he's a guy who actually did it. He didn't mock people. He wasn't mean to people. He wasn't a bully. He was nice. He was genuinely a good person. And so I don't understand how anybody could be left in the Democrat Party. I think you actually have to be mentally insane to be a Democrat in America because Democrats in America are terrorists.
I not 10 minutes ago found out some information about the shooting of Charlie Kirk at an event out in Utah. I'm not here to talk about the shooter's political affiliation. What I am here to talk about is the absolute disgusting, foul, vile things that the left is posting and saying online right now when we don't even know the status of the man. Like, we don't even know if Charlie Kirk is alive, if he's clinging to life. We don't know the status of him. And the left has the audacity to get on these phones, on these screens, and cheer or do a trending, fun little song to the fact that this happened. I'm talking, it hasn't even been I can't even say hours yet. And the left is so evil and demonic. I don't care who you vote for.
Yes. The day that I'm recording this video is on 9/11. And so today we pray for all of the souls that were lost and also for Charlie Kirk, and we pray that they enter into the gates of heaven. And as I've been speaking so much with my family about this was an attack on America. And so it also feels like a really hard hit to remember the attack that happened on September 11th. And it's not like we have to travel across the world to see maybe, white people are being attacked and persecuted. Maybe Christians are being attacked and persecuted. These are not theories. These are not, oh, I wonder if it's happening. How many attacks have happened in the last few weeks? And the right, the conservatives, we believe, okay, turn the cheek, pray. And they attack prayer. They don't want prayer. They attack you for praying. So at what point is enough enough? And it actually baffles me to think that there's people in the cities that we live in that would think that this murder is somehow justified. For what shall a man profit if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? So how much money, how much fame on the internet by posting your stupid celebration videos is worth you rotting in hell for all of eternity? All of eternity. We cannot even comprehend how long eternity is. If we did, we would do everything to change our lives right now.
What are we doing, you guys? I'm not saying what are we doing, but I'm talking about Charlie Kirk, the person who is trying to educate a generation of people, has been shot on live television. If you guys could see the stuff on X right now, at this point, the Democratic Party should be viewed as a terrorist organization. The stuff that we're seeing in this country is not normal. It is an awful video. There's no way he survived that.
Let me know if you guys agree. I do, that the Democrats and these people celebrating should be labeled as a terrorist organization. I was in the El Salvador airport when I saw a post that said Charlie Kirk had been shot. And I thought that there was a shooting that had happened. And I was like, oh, it's a good thing that there was a shot that was fired and nobody was injured, but of course it did not surprise me because, again, day after day, we see these deranged lunatics screaming about how they wish death on other people. And even now, they're saying that they're fine with it. And I'm going back to my trip in El Salvador, which used to be one of the most dangerous countries. And now it has become incredibly safe because of the regime of Nayib Bukele and how they had military surround cities and enter into every single household and look at the tattoos on the people and look at their identification, look at if they own the house that they are living in. And at this point, I'm wondering, should we do the same? Because it feels like we have been infiltrated, we have been contaminated, and it's these people who are posting these videos. Why are they allowed to roam the streets? Why are these insane people who wish death on other innocent Americans are allowed to run free? And people who have committed crimes allowed on the subway. The only reason they should be allowed in public is if they're cleaning the floor on their hands and knees.
They shot Charlie Kirk, and I'm fucking pissed. And I intend to stay fucking pissed. They shot Trump in the head, the Democrat radical base, and we were told, oh, you need to settle down, don't raise the temperature. And then repeatedly now, psychos from the Democrat base have gone into Catholic schools and killed children while they prayed. And we were told we need to settle down. No, how about we stop telling Republicans to settle down? And how about we start having a conversation with Democrats about how you need to stop radicalizing your base? Maybe a little less fear-mongering, a little less Trump is a fascist, because clearly it's turning your base insane. Clearly they can't handle it. Maybe a little bit less fear-mongering about how bad Republicans are, and a little more, getting your base to understand that assassination is not acceptable. Over 50% of Democrats were polled said that they believe that it would be acceptable to assassinate Donald Trump, and almost 50% said that they believe it would have been acceptable to assassinate Elon Musk. You guys have a radicalization problem. You guys have a violence problem, and I will stay ravenously angry until you guys clean house, until you guys do some introspection and fix what is broken, you disgusting people.
And the day before Charlie Kirk was murdered, I was here thinking, wow, America's getting really radicalized with the stabbing, the horrific video of Erna on the subway. So tremendously sad, should have never happened. And today, everybody is being pushed more to the right. People on the left going to the right. People who were already conservative are just getting more radicalized. It's like people have had enough, so much so that septum pierced, rainbow colored hair people have had enough.
So I'm very aware that when you look at me, you see the hair and the nose ring, you probably think I'm a huge liberal. I love living in America. I love this country. I am a die-hard centrist. I have a lot of liberal views and I have a lot of conservative views, but most of the time I'm able to see the gray in areas and come to a critically thought out conclusion about the right and wrong. The amount of people I've had to unfriend or unfollow because they're cheering and happy about what happened today is very disheartening. And if you're following me on here and you're upset that I'm not cheering and woohoo, please unfollow me. I'm sorry if you followed me because of the way I looked. We live in a country where I can look the way I want to look and I can have the opinions I want to have and say the things I want to have because of where we live. And this is an attack on freedom of speech, no matter how you look at it, whether you like Charlie, you didn't like Charlie. I only believe in the death penalty for murderers and child abusers, not somebody who's debating people and giving people different opinions platform, whether he agrees with them or disagrees. He's giving everybody chances to talk.
So even though she has so many left-wing views, she loves America. And that is the reason why she sees so much wrong from these horrendous, violent people. And I have been traveling all throughout South America for the last week. And if there is anybody left of the Democrat Party, any liberal who still thinks that this violence is justified, the people who are celebrating, I highly encourage them to go live in a place where they have dirt floors, go take a bath from a bucket, go poop in a hole, go struggle and not have food or water and rely on somebody else for once instead of being so entitled and just thinking you're a god and never needing anybody else and just being horrible to your community and thinking that you can get away and somehow survive living like that. Go live somewhere where it's difficult, and then you would have a new appreciation for this country, and you wouldn't want to destroy it, and you would actually support the First Amendment. Here is a left-wing.
All right. Like I said, that was about half of that video, and the link is there. I'll go ahead and put it in one more time for anybody who wants to watch the rest of it. But I think you guys, pretty much got the idea of what she was covering there. Again, that was Angela Rose. And I'm not going to play this next one just because of time. There, that's Angela's again. But I'm going to put the link in. This is by Blair White and her response to to Charlie's passing. For those who don't know who Blair White is, she is a trans woman who is a conservative. And she did not know Charlie personally, but she knew people who did. And she was someone who was impacted by Charlie's passing. I think, hold on one second. Yep. Mayhem, I'm getting a lot of background noise on your end, so I muted you. If you have a TV or something going, we're picking it up a lot. But I just unmute when you want to talk and it'll be fine. It's not a big deal. Just I'll keep you muted while you're not speaking, but I will go to you next. But anyway, I really appreciated what she had to share. And I think she does have an interesting perspective, coming as being a trans woman who's conservative, and her view on how the liberals were reacting to this. And then also just the impact that Charlie had on her. All right. Mike, I know you did have something that you wanted to share about that last video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it better, the background noise? I turned down the TV.
Yep, definitely. Much
Okay.
better. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Well, I'm gonna say, evil took out a man of God, and this might be an unpopular thought, but I think it was an act of God for this to happen in a way that it would expose the evil, and a lot of people, like we saw in that video, are turning away, from it. And a lot of the people that actually said bad things, the good news is a lot of them are getting fired from their jobs.
I have heard that. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah.
And that's one of
And
those
I
things,
have a quote here, and
we.
this is from
Oh, go ahead.
Game of Thrones. I'm sorry. I have a quote here that's from Game of Thrones, and it says, "When you cut out a man's tongue, you're not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world you fear what he has to say."
Right. Yeah, that's a good one. And I know Charlie's quoted that as well, actually. Yeah, and I think that I understand where Angela's tone was coming from. I think there's some things she said, I don't believe that the Democrat Party should be labeled a terrorist organization. I think that's part of the divide and conquer that they want. But I know we tend to think of things in extremes, even when we're seeing things online, we're seeing a lot of the extremes on both ends, because that's what the algorithms push and that's what they want us to see, is my belief. But I do think that I think it was Clayton Morris that had said, hopefully, we're seeing he said basically what I'm saying here. He said, hopefully we're seeing what's, online, but that's not really truly representative of the reality of people that are out there in person, and that's what my name comes from, Independent Many United. I think there are many more of us that have things in common in this broader middle ground spectrum, whatever we call ourselves or wherever we align politically, then there are people that truly have completely different values that are so far out there. But that's what we see represented so much. And like I said, I understand where, kind of the heat in her anger is coming from and what she was saying. But I really do think we need to be trying to unite still in these times as much as possible. And that's where it gets really tricky. Like, where do we go from here? How do we do that? And I think a big part of that for those of us who are believers, who have faith, we need to be continuing to speak out. And like many have said, we continue, a lot of these people that are remembering Charlie and sharing their reactions, we need to make sure that we're still speaking out, even when it's difficult to do so, even with people who disagree with us, just like Charlie did. He set a great example for that.
I mean to interrupt. I've got to drop out. Thank you very much for not booting me. You can boot me now, though, if it makes you feel better.
Wait, what were you saying? What was that? What was that you said? All right. Have a good night, Neil. Thanks for being here. And I did take a little bit of joy in that. I'm not going to lie. And Frank, I saw you come in. Frank's Tracks, good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Merck, we will be playing some more songs in a little while. We have music the second half in about a half an hour or so. We might go over a little bit on with all of this going on. But yeah, we will be playing some music and just kind of relaxing a little bit after all of this. Yeah, thank you, JM. All right. Much love to you, Count. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for being here and for contributing your thoughts. I appreciate that. Yeah, Pat says this sounds biblical. Yeah, and I think that goes along with what you were saying, Mike. I have a hard time, it's that whole I think we have free will. And so I don't think that things are we're predetermined, in that sense. But I think that God does see at all times. So I think that he's able to know what people's choices are going to be and what's going to happen. And I think that, while I don't think he would have caused this person to kill Charlie, I do think that he can use the choices that were made for good. And so I hope that, we will see, unity come out of this. I hope we'll see people, like I said earlier, it'll be their wake up moment, maybe, whatever political side they see themselves on. I don't care what they call themselves. I hope that they will realize that hate is coming from more from one side than the other right now. And that's not to say that there's not hate that doesn't come from extremists on the right either. I think whatever far ends you get to on that spectrum, there's hate on both sides. And there's also rhinos and people out there who call themselves Republicans that are really truly not, but I hope that people will continue to, look around you in person, look at who you have in your community, look and see, I think it's a lot easier to be a keyboard warrior, so to speak, and, talk about how much you can't stand any group of people online. But when you're faced with them in reality and in person, it's a lot harder to have hate for people, because I don't think that we are made that way. I think we're made to love each other. So I hope that we can continue to reflect that through all of this, even while dealing with anger and pain that's legitimate over what's happened to Charlie, and then also what, the response has been from so many.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. Revival would be a good thing, that's for sure, Brew. But even if this is more than revival, I would just take revival. Okay. Any other thoughts? I mean, I don't know. I've got plenty of videos we can keep pulling up and sharing. I do have some I want to make sure we get to before we wrap up conversation. So just, I guess, let me know, interrupt me if there's something you want to share up on panel. Otherwise, I will just keep the videos kind of going.
Mm-hmm. I just have a couple things with that.
Yeah, go for it, Jude.
That's when I first came in here, one of the biggest things that stuck out and really came to me today is the people that have been saying free speech silenced free speech.
I saw that comment and I was curious, who do you think are the people that are pushing for free speech?
Well, like if you watch any of Charlie Kirk's videos that he does on campuses, the people that are always debating him talk about free speech in that.
Good to see you, Blaine. Much love to you.
I just see it as sorry about that. The
okay.
Free speech, basically they silenced free speech by silencing him.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to hear that in a way that that's the perspective. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's that, the left for so long have called themselves, they're the ones who are tolerant and about love. But I think for many of us, that's not what we've experienced. That was actually I was actually about to register as a Democrat back in 2019. I was raised in a, I think actually more of a split home, but as far as politics went, but I thought of it as a Republican home. A lot of people at my church, that I knew about their politics, their affiliations were Republican, and so I would say I was raised Republican. But I have 3 older brothers. We all have totally different views on all different topics, and so I was raised with a lot of being able to agree to disagree, which I think is part of why that's a value. I place a lot of value in that. There are people that are very close to me that I love deeply, friends and family, who are all across the political spectrum and across the board in a lot of ways. But I will say that was one of the part of the wake up to me was when I could see back in 2019, when I started to question the mainstream media narrative more than anything else. I started to see through, like, to me, one of the big wake ups, and most people know I am not, I don't put a lot of trust in Trump at this point, and I haven't for a long time. But back then, I started to question the narrative that I saw in the news about him being a racist and a misogynist and a fascist and all those narratives. And the very fine people hoax, that was a hoax. He denounced the Nazis at that moment, and he denounced that in real time. But that's not what I was being told, and that's not what the people around me believed. And I started to question that narrative. And then that was right around the time of George Floyd, and I started to question some of that narrative. And as I was putting out some of that information on Facebook, was the main social media I used at the time. I was putting out some of the things I was learning, or some different perspectives. Even as I was asking questions, I was getting so much just vitriol and hatred from my friends and family, most of which were on the left. And people on the right were agreeing with me and had my back, so to speak. But either way, when I was having conversations, even in person, I was noticing that a lot of the people on the right could say, well, I can understand why this person on the left sees it this way, but I don't agree with it. And then they'd say why they believed what they believed. And people on the left, in mass quantities, would not be able to see in any way, shape, or form. They couldn't put themselves in the other person's shoes. They couldn't see it at all from the other perspective. And mostly, they couldn't even justify their own opinions. They were parroting back what they'd been told or what they'd heard. And they didn't want to often go down those, not even necessarily rabbit holes. They didn't want to do
That is the huge
research.
part of the problem. Is
Right.
they only parrot
Good to see you,
back
Death
what
Club.
they hear on the news. They don't
Right.
actually think for themselves.
Right. And I don't want to say that's true for everyone, because I don't want to be speaking in those extremes. But I will say that that was definitely a big part of my waking up and starting to realize I had to kind of form my own path and not align one way or the other, was in seeing that there were so many people that not only didn't want to question things, but they were actively hateful towards those who were, not just myself, but others,
Yep, and I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I was meaning to come in and say, hello to Mike, hello to Indy, hello to everybody.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Death Claw.
All of a sudden, he says, "Okay, here's an opportunity. I'll just talk."
No, you got to jump in sometimes too. I get it. You're good.
Well, one of the things, like all the people that are cheering and all that, and what led up to this, is if you kind of step back and look at what they're saying, none of these people that are cheering for this actually listen to Charlie Kirk at all. They're saying he's a misogynist. He is he's this, he's that. It's the same people that called Ben Shapiro a Nazi, and I'm like, he's freaking Jewish, and or calling Milo Yiannopoulos a homophobe. I'm like, he's freaking gay. Yeah,
Right.
you
That was
don't
actually
know
one of
these
the
people.
examples I was going to say. One of my Black conservative friends was speaking out back. This is back in 2019, 2020-ish. She's a conservative, and someone who was considering me a racist, someone I'd known my whole life, and it hurt a lot to hear them say that about me. They considered me a racist for the only reason was because I didn't support Black Lives Matter, because I'd looked into Black Lives Matter and I knew that they were a Marxist organization, and I didn't believe the money was going to be used for positive things for the Black communities. And she called my Black friend an Uncle Tom. So she's calling me a racist while trying to silence a Black conservative voice
Right.
and calling her a racist term. You
Well,
know?
they also call like Black people that are conservative, they call them white supremacists, and I'm like,
Agreed, Steve.
that's physically impossible. They're
Yeah,
Black.
no,
They can't be white supremacists.
Right.
yeah.
Like,
You're a white supremacist, but wait, I'm Black. What the
yeah,
hell?
you know. And it's
Right.
like somebody
Mhm.
who said it. Somebody, Bones' mama said clips are their only source, and it's not even just the clips. It's clips of that somebody is sharing, and
Amen,
somebody
Brian.
that is on that side is like, oh, listen to what he has to say here, and oh, that is so racist. That is so anti-LGBTQ, blah blah blah. They're homophobic,
And
and
taken
I'm
Good
completely
call,
out of
Steve.
yeah,
context.
yeah, taken out of
Yeah.
context, and it's like, and what these people were saying about Charlie Kirk, I was like, go ask the people that he's gone on. He's actually been on CNN. He's been on MSNBC and all that. I think he's even been on The
Right.
View. And most of these people will say, he's very respectful. He's smiling all the time. And they have good reports about him. They might not agree with his
So
views,
Tate
but
knows more about this than I do. He shared this in Discord, but Stephen King had to retract something that he had said because
Mhm.
he had misquoted and said that Charlie Kirk had said something about stoning a group of people. Maybe it was, I don't want to misquote, so I won't say. But Tate, you can put that in the chat. But he had said something that was not a quote of Charlie, and a bunch of people called him out for it, and then he had to go back and apologize and say, and which he did, to his credit. It's
Mhm.
probably a lot of saving face at that point, but I mean, that's the way it works. At least he acknowledged the fact that he'd been wrong. A lot of people won't even do that.
And that's
And
he's. Oh, sorry.
I did not. Sorry, just really quickly, Kamama. I didn't see what Glenn Beck said. I did say he'd made a statement, but I haven't watched that one. But thank you. Go ahead, Jude. Sorry.
That's real quick. I just
Mhm.
seen the thing about Glenn Beck. I had seen that his daughter,
Thanks, Sean.
Glenn
Much
Beck's
love and God bless.
daughter and son, were both there.
Oh God.
His
Oh, wow.
daughter was literally 10 feet away from him, inside the tent.
Are you saying Glenn Beck's or are you saying Charlie Kirk's?
Yeah, no,
Glenn Beck's.
Glenn
Oh,
Beck's
okay.
kids.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
And
gotcha.
Oh God.
Glenn Beck's wife was on the phone with the daughter when it happened.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's kids were there too, and
Mhm.
it made me cry when I found this out, and it was actually confirmed
I like that,
by
Bruce.
Andrew Wilson. Confirmed it, that when the shot went off, it scared his 3-year-old daughter to the point where she started running towards daddy for safety, and then she was stopped.
See, I heard that
Yeah.
somewhere earlier, and I had not seen that anywhere. I'm really, that just is heart-wrenching if it's true. That's just horrifying.
It made me cry when I heard it. I was
Yeah.
like, because I have daughters, and you can understand. She was
Mhm.
running to daddy for safety, but she couldn't because I don't know who stopped her. I don't know if it
Awesome,
was the
Scott.
mom or one of the security
Right.
guards or whatever, but they stopped and they started carting her away, and she just didn't understand why she couldn't go to daddy.
Yeah, I'll just be honest. Probably I'm desensitized with all the rabbit holes and things I've gone down over the last few years. And then also, I've shared this story and I don't need to go into it now, but my parents, especially my dad, had a lot of health issues growing up. And so I was in and out of hospitals with him. I also volunteered in an ER. Like I've just, watching the footage, it obviously it had an impact on me. I was devastated for his loss, but I'm the kind of person where seeing something like that, it doesn't affect me like it does for some. I know for many, obviously, and I understand why. It's very disturbing, but when I was thinking, it was not until last night, I was going through some videos for today and I was thinking about his children. And that's when I finally lost it. I just started bawling because, I have 2 young kids. I have a son and a daughter. And, here, I'll get all mystic about it again. But to think, they're 1 and 3. His son is 1, his daughter is 3. It is very unlikely that either of them will remember him. And that is devastating. My kids were very young. My kids right now, they're still young. They're 7 and 8. And when 5 years ago when they were very young and all of the crap was happening with COVID. And for a while, I've shared, I was really anxious I didn't know what the timeline was going to look like. I knew I wasn't going to let them get jabbed and I didn't know what that would mean. And I was really fearful for a little while, about what life would look like and if they would remember me if something happened to me. And so I have had that thought about my own kids when they were really little. So to think about that for them is really, that's the part that hits me the hardest, to be honest, is just for those children alone. That's their lives will be forever changed, and not only theirs but also Erica's. And a lot of people have commented. We will pull up the video of Erica speaking. I haven't seen it yet. I know it happened while we were live, but I will pull that up in a little bit to share.
That's I had the day that it happened, I had posted a quote in the Discord that the First Lady had put out there, where just seen it. Where's it at? Come on now. She said, Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, in silence where their father's voice should be echoed.
Yeah. And she said it so well. Yeah. And that's just, that's the most devastating thing about all of it, in my opinion.
Yeah. And another thing too is like, well, it's hard to get things off the internet. So all these people that are cheering this on, like the kids will grow up with their dad's video, obviously, because we all will. I'm pretty sure most of us have gone back and watched a lot of his videos since this has happened. But like right now, his wife, if we're mad at these people that are saying just horrible things, just imagine what his wife is going through. Imagine later down the road when the kids are older, when they see what people were saying about their own father.
Bones mama.
And
yeah,
these people need to be careful what you say, because you might be able to delete a video, but it's on the internet forever. So it's stored somewhere, and
Sandy,
it's going to come back up.
You can find things on the internet that have been deleted 10 seconds after they were uploaded.
Right.
That's like all it takes is one person seeing it, and they're like, okay, then they save it.
Love you, Bone.
What I have to wonder about is the kids of these people who are screaming, yay, hooray, yes, Charlie Kirk is dead, blah, 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 whoopee doodah. What are their children going to say if their children actually grow up right? Or if their children actually even make it out of the womb? What are their kids going to say when they go, Mom, why were you celebrating the death of another human being?
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that is something, I think we do see a lot more from the left. obviously, than from the right. I can't say we don't ever see it from the right, but I think it's really from those extremes, you know. But I hope that that's really, I hope that's one of those things that comes from this is, you know, like that Angela Rose video and like, you know, a couple of friends I told you that I saw who posted and they got support. I hope that there are enough people on the left that are willing to use this time to speak out against that kind of behavior, that it makes a difference, you know. I really hope so. Clever anti.
I hope so, but
Right,
I
Dennis,
seriously
agreed.
doubt it.
Yeah. His parents said that he was, I believe it was his mom that had said, supposedly at least, that he was influenced by an Antifa group at his university. And that that's when he had kind of shifted gears in his thinking. Yeah, Snooks had heard that too about him running to her, or Charlie's daughter running to him. That's just, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, it's rough. Well said, Bran. Dennis, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, you guys. I do have a couple videos I want to make sure I play. I think, Bran, I'll go ahead and skip that one for now. I can put some more links in there. Let's go ahead. And go to. Let me see. Sorry, I'm kind of changing things up here because I have way too many videos. We could be here all night for this.
Let's do it then. Come on.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and pull up the lyrics by Ken. I want to make sure we play that, and then I'll figure out what kind of video we're going to do after that. And I'll put some more links in the chat for others to go to as well if you want to see. I mean, I know a lot of us have already been, like I said, you know, kind of saturated with all of this, but I kind of, you know, picked and chose some of the commentary I thought was the most on point. This is a song by lyrics by Ken is this channel, but you guys mostly know him as Red Pill. And he did a beautiful song in memorial of Kirk, or of Charlie Kirk. Here we go.
He stood where silence dared not speak. A firebrand so bold yet meek. With every word he lit the flame of youth who dared to dream again. And though the night came far too soon, carry forth beneath his moon. Charlie, your voice still echoes loud in halls of truth beneath the shroud. You fought with grace, you stood your ground. Now heaven holds the battleground. We'll carry on your light, your fight, your voice in song. From campus steps to crowded halls, you challenged fear, you broke down walls. A patriot heart, a restless mind, a compass for our troubled times. No bullet stops what love ignites. No grave can dim eternal light. You gave your all, you gave us hope. Now we must climb the steepest slope. Echoes loud in hearts that won't be beaten down. You taught us how to stand and fight with truth as shield, with faith as might. We'll rise, we'll
Beautifully done, Ken. Thank you for sharing that with us. Bran, if you can bring up the Benny Johnson Trump address, we'll go ahead and do that one next. And yeah, there's just a few things I did want to make sure that I thought were pretty important to share tonight. And then we will also get to a couple more reactions people have sent to me that they wanted shared. So I'm sure we're going to go past the 11 p.m. Eastern mark, and that's okay. We kind of roll with how things go over here. Yeah, well said, Jam. Prayers for all those who are in need. And thank you to those of you who have served. I've seen some really good conversation in the chat about that. And, I've talked about that before. I'm thankful to every person who served. I think that each person, whatever your reasons for going into service, although I think many go in to serve because they feel like they're being called to serve, to fight in honor of our freedom, of our country. And even though I think that wars are often bankers' wars, and a lot of us have learned that over time, most people who go into service didn't realize that at the time. And you went in. I think most people go in. I don't want to speak for those who have served, but from the people I know who have shared, it's mostly to fight for our country, to fight for freedom with honor, and to then support your brothers and sisters, in the armed forces. So, no matter what your reasons for serving, all who have gone in to serve have sacrificed. And I have respect for that, even if I don't have respect for the reasons for our wars and how they've been used, Okay. All right. So
And
this is, oh, sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
I
Nope.
just want to say we fight for the country, not the government.
Absolutely. Well said. Yes.
And once those bullets start flying, we fight for the man or the woman that's next to us to get them home.
Right. Yep. And, I have a lot of respect for that. Absolutely. So thank you, Mike. And thank you to all of you who are here who have served. I hope that you, kind of wear that with honor, All right. So this is a video by Benny Johnson, and it's of Trump's address in regards to Charlie. Here we go.
Trump just released an emotional eulogy for Charlie Kirk from the Oval Office.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right. Great words from Trump there, I have to say. Right, Battlefield? Right, Mike? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and pull up another video here. This is by Sky News Australia, and this is their coverage of Erica on Air Force Two, or actually exiting Air Force Two.
But
With
before you get to that, I
mhm,
would just
yeah.
I'd just like to put something out on a lighter note.
Yeah.
Just kind of a screwball thing. Who thinks Trump would look better bald with a beard?
Bald is beautiful. Just saying.
Bald with a full beard. I can see Donald Trump
Well
with
said,
a
Blaine.
beard and a shaved head and just going, make America even better.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a screwball little idea. Go ahead.
He's gonna keep that comb over, I think, as long as possible. I'm just saying.
No, he's gonna keep it. I know that, but it was just one of those little funny ideas in my head.
If he does that, though, he's got to get a biker jacket, though, too.
Oh, hell yeah.
I thought of flannel, but whatever.
Flannel, biker jacket, they both work.
Did he, Mo? Is this about Charlie? She said, well, Obama did an appalling speech. Condolences followed by stay angry, etc. Continuing the violence rhetoric. Yeah, I have not seen that, but it doesn't surprise me at all. And that's tragic. And I don't think I played any videos. I've seen everything so many times, guys, trying to figure out what to play tonight and what I have and haven't played. I don't know. But there were the right after it happened. I mean, like right after, a lot of the mainstream news reporters, if you want to call them that, the talking heads, were saying some really disgusting things, and one of them even said something, I think it was from CNN maybe, or MSNBC, said something about it could have been conservatives shooting their gun off in celebration.
That was MSNBC, Matthew something or other, and he got canned for that.
Yes, he did, and rightfully so. That's disgusting reaction to have, and I mean, here, obviously, we're still hashing out the details about a lot of things, but we're being honest about that. For him to say something like that at that moment is just awful. I mean, I'm so glad that he got fired. And
well, not only did he say that, he said that before there was any official word that Charlie was dead.
Right.
As far as everybody except for the doctors knew, Charlie was still fighting for his life.
Yes.
And this scumbag decided, oh, well, it's Charlie's fault that he got shot.
Good call,
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Right. I'm not even going to try to do a Trump voice, but it would be the best beard ever, of course.
Well, I'm no good. I'm no good at impressions. I'm not going to try and do a Trump voice.
But can't you just hear it?
It would be one of the best beards ever. I promise you.
Okay, close. That was kind of close, Mike.
I could do Obama really good. I'd be like, let me be clear.
A beautiful big beard. Yeah, exactly, Cheryl.
Trump with a beard would look great.
I might be able to do a George W. impression. Well, yeah, nuclear.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
Roger, my
that's
husband's
as close
6'5".
as I could get
I
to
know
an
about those
impression.
ceiling fans. Yeah, Barron is 6'9". Is that what you said? Yeah, 6'9". Yeah, he's giant for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right, John? I do a great.
That's I don't know if you had heard. Did you hear that?
TMZ.
What was it? Trump apparently had a possible stroke.
I've heard that. I think that's bullshit. I mean, it's possible. I know that they've shown pictures of swollen ankles. To me, like that, back, remember when he slipped walking down a ramp like years ago and the left went nuts about his declining health? And this
He
is all while
slipped.
they were totally ignoring the obvious complete decline of Biden. So, I mean,
Mhm.
Jude, I just really think there's just so much of that that's nonsense. I believe
Trump
it's totally
slipped
nonsense.
walking down an icy or
Yeah.
wet ramp, and he was holding on to the handrail because he knew it was slick. And he's like, "Whoop!
Right.
Oh, hey, I
Yeah.
caught myself. Cool."
And he caught himself.
And-
I mean, how many of you have not slipped on ice,
Yeah.
especially on a ramp? It was just
And
such a ridiculous narrative.
unlike some
Nice, Bruce.
Yahoo who will remain nameless, who fell up a set of stairs.
Not once.
Yeah,
but
right.
twice.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of us take exception to that, damn it.
Yeah. Okay, so that said, I mean, it is possible. It is, he's an older man. It is possible that he could have some health issues. So we can't totally always rule it out. But I think whenever you see it just being pushed in the mainstream with something like a still shot of, a slightly, one facial expression that seems a little off, like to me, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not buying it.
Right, but you got to think too, the man lost a friend. I mean, whether they were best buddies or chums, they did know each other to some degree. And I mean, let's be honest, Charlie did a hell of a lot of work to get him where he is. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he's bound to have felt some pain. The man is still a human being and he's bound to have felt some pain. And, he's a grandfather too. He's got tons of grandchildren that are
And
not
he was close with Charlie. I mean, they, in that video I was just watching that was actually filmed months ago, but it was, of Charlie here locally. He was talking about how he made a comment about like, well, I could call up Trump and ask him, he was like, I'm close with him. You know what I mean? So they had a fairly close relationship. So I'm sure this really did have an impact on Trump, and yeah, anyway, there's the left are going to push what they want to push. And, to be fair, I don't even think it's truly even just the left. That's the mainstream, I mean, that's the media machine. They're paid to do that. They're owned at this point. They are owned and operated. Yeah. They are not what they once were. They're definitely not any kind of checks and balances, as a watchdog for the people. That's for dang sure.
And I've been surprised at all these updates and whatnot that had been coming in before he was the shooter had been arrested. I was actually looking at CNN for these updates, and I was surprised at all of the updates that they had pushed out when they did.
I'm gonna get some new nicknames twisted.
Okay, I've got a question there for you. Why were you looking at CNN? The very first news source that I found of any relevant information was YouTube, which is, twisted even in and of its own. But why CNN?
Because when I went, like how you hover over like where your weather is on your computer, and they have the notification. That was the first one that I seen.
It was on your computer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I happened to be at work at that time.
That I understand. When I heard CNN, I was thinking TV. So that's my bad.
Oh, I just happened to look and I mean, they were reporting stuff before, even Fox News was reporting it, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I didn't see the initial reporting from them, I don't think, but I would be surprised if there was I wouldn't really. I mean, I do see some videos, because a lot of the conservative independent journalists will even report on what the left mainstream news are sharing, you know. And then I do watch some local news as well. Shamrock, it's good to see you. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
Hey, Shamrock. My model.
All right. I am going to go ahead and pull up another video. That's a winner right there. I got hit by a parked car in the 80s. That possibly beats falling upstairs. Too funny. Right, Anti. Okay. All right, this next link. Oh yeah, I started talking about it already. This is by Sky News Australia. And yeah, here we go.
Earlier this hour, we had an update from the FBI in Utah. They released some security vision of the suspects' movements in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Let's have a look at some of that.
So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for.
Annalise Nielsen explains why his death will have lasting political consequences as well.
Charlie Kirk wasn't just an influential conservative voice in America. He was a powerhouse of influence among MAGA Republicans and the Trumps themselves. He was close to Donald Trump's sons. In fact, he's the one that introduced Vice President J.D. Vance to Donald Trump's sons, well before he was considered a potential for the vice presidential nomination, something the vice president singled out in remembering Charlie Kirk before he flew personally to collect his body and fly it with his wife and 2 young children back to their home in Arizona. This will be a seismic event within the US political landscape. While there have been a number of violent political incidents in the last few years, not least the 2 assassination attempts on President Donald Trump, but also the shooting of lawmakers in Minnesota, the attack at the home of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and a number of other incidents. The concern is that it will be harder for people to go out in public if they want to have a political discussion, and that these events will have to be small and indoors. It takes away such a key part of US politics, and that's that politicians have to go out and earn their votes from regular voters in things like the primaries in those all-important key swing states. That is supposed to hold the powerful to account, and now it will be that much harder. What this also does is make an issue of the fact that Charlie Kirk was just promoting freedom of speech. When he went onto these campuses, he obviously had his conservative opinions, but he was there to encourage debate and encourage informed debate on both sides. His videos became viral and were a talking point for those Gen Z voters, many of whom were disengaged before coming across his content. He had millions of followers, and he used that influence to help drive those people to support Donald Trump in his re-election bid. He was one of those key insiders that stuck with Donald Trump when he was cast out in the wilderness, and that's something the Trumps take seriously. He was also someone who did turn out young male voters who left their traditional voting base of the Democrats to turn out in droves for Donald Trump, and did turn the votes in at least Michigan and Arizona, 2 of the most critical states. It can't be overstated just how serious this is. The fact that this has happened in such a graphic, public way will redefine how political discourse continues in the United States.
All right. I thought that was an interesting perspective to get from Australia. I saw a video. I don't think we have time. I'm not going to pull it up tonight, but of a group in New Zealand of men doing haka, which is a really a traditional dance that's very powerful and meaningful. And they were doing it in honor of Charlie, and I thought that was really touching. So this isn't something that's only affecting us here in the United States, which is pretty amazing to think of the reach that he had even globally.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say they had a candlelight. Um, they had a tribute to
Did you
Charlie
see Lauren
in South Korea too,
and T?
and I think they had
Oh,
a
really? Okay.
yeah they had a vigil, and they had it in other places too. I think Germany, and it's definitely global. Like a lot
Right,
of people
Shamrock?
are paying attention. So this is
Mm-hmm.
big, you know.
Japan as well, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some things throughout the UK as well. Yeah. Yeah, definitely interesting. I think, like many have said, I think that this won't do much to silence him. If anything, this is doing more to, elevate his voice, really. And thankfully, with all of the video that we do have of his messages, they can live on well beyond him. All right. I have not seen this yet. This is a video of Erica Kirk speaking. This was just a little bit earlier while we were live. So we're going to pull that up to play. Here we go.
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life, and the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability for our family and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show, who helped him broadcast from this studio, this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did. I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in Phoenix, across America, and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home. Both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you. And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago, my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his Savior and his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life. He loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God. He loved the Chicago Cubs. And my goodness, did he love the Oregon Ducks. Want me to say go Ducks, so I have to since they play on Saturday. So go Ducks. But most of all, Charlie loved his children. And he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. He made sure I knew that every day. Every day he would ask me, how can I serve you better? How can I be a better husband? How can I be a better father? Every day. Every day. Such a good man. He still is a good man. He was the perfect father. He was the perfect husband. Charlie always believed that God's design for marriage and the family was absolutely amazing, and it is. It is, and it was the greatest joy of his life. And over, he would tell all these young people to come and find their future spouse, become wives and husbands and parents. And the reason why is because he wanted you all to experience what he had and still has. He wanted everyone to bring heaven into this earth through love and joy that comes from raising a family. It's beautiful. Charlie always said that if he ever ran for office, I know a lot of you asked if he ever was going to, but privately he told me if he ever did run for office, that his top priority would be to revive the American family. That was his priority. One of Charlie's favorite Bible verses was Ephesians 5, verse 25. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. My husband laid down his life for me, for our nation, for our children. He showed the ultimate and true covenantal love. I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart. I honestly have no idea what any of this means. I know that God does, but I don't. But Charlie, baby, I know you do too. I know you do. So does our Lord. And our world is filled with evil. But our God, you guys, our God is so good. So incredibly good. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. Already I have seen the worldwide outpouring of love for my husband. I've heard the testimonies from people my husband inspired to get married, to start families, to seek out a relationship with God. It's the most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. They should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find the ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew, he could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew. He knew you could handle it. You thought you only had 5% left, and he knew you had 15. He knew you were ready to go that extra mile even when you didn't. He always challenged people around him to work harder and to be better. He never gave up. And I love knowing that one of his mottos was never surrender. So I want to tell you that we'll never surrender. We never will. Ever. Ever. Our campus tour this fall will continue. There will be even more tours in the years to come. America Fest here in Phoenix this December will go on. It will be greater than ever. the radio and podcast show that he was so proud of will go on. And in a world filled with chaos, doubt, and uncertainty, my husband's voice will remain. And it will ring out louder and more clearly than ever. And his wisdom will endure. My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit. Bring your kids, bring your family. But most important of all, if you aren't a member of a church, I beg you to join one. A Bible-believing church. Our battle is not simply a political one. Above all, it is spiritual. It is spiritual. The spiritual warfare is palpable. Charlie loved his Savior with all of his heart, and he wanted every one of you to know him too. He wanted everyone to know that if they confess the Lord Jesus Christ who rose from the dead, then they will be saved. Hear me when I say this, nobody is ever too young to know the gospel. Nobody. Nobody is ever too young to get involved with saving this beautiful country, this country my husband loved and still loves. And nobody is ever too old either. There's no age limit. I know my husband is still here. He's watching over us. I don't remember the last time I slept. I couldn't sleep last night. And Charlie, baby. Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise. Charlie, I love you, baby. Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant. When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. And I talked to her and she said, Mommy, I missed you. I said, I miss you too, baby. She goes, where's Daddy? What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus, so he can afford your blueberry budget. And my goodness, am I so humbled to witness, Charlie, you alongside Jesus right now, doing what you always want to do, baby. Making heaven crowded, right? That's what it's all about. Making heaven crowded. I can't wait to see you again one day. Thank you all again who love my husband, who supported him, who wrote him an email every single day during his radio show. He read all of them. All of them. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
Click here.
Right. A lot of interesting conversation in the chat, a lot of support for her, some people questioning her. I will say, I think it would be really difficult after witnessing my husband being killed like that, or in any way, to get up and speak not only in front of anyone, but in front of the world, you know? I liked what you said, Mike. She's acting, but it's because she's acting strong. And, I think that could be part of it. I think what she said was beautiful. The message she shared, it was a message of positivity for the most part. And that's a very eloquent thing to be able to do at a time like this for her and for her family, her children. I heard some anger in her voice as well. And to me, that's very realistic, and for her to show that, I think says a lot too. And I know some people say that it's a show, that people talk about it being a movie. I've always said that I hate that. I'm just going to say it outright. You're fine to say it still, because we do have different opinions, and that's fine. But to me, whenever we say, this is all a movie, it's all a movie, it can be a psyop, and that doesn't mean it's a movie. It can be a false flag, and that doesn't mean that there's not real deaths and consequences or injuries or harm. But to say it's a movie to me is like dismissing all of the real consequences of the things that are actually happening. So I really don't like that term, even though I do think I understand that people are really saying that they think it's a psyop. And I think, I don't have all the answers. There are things that I think there are definitely psyops that are in play. There's definitely ways that we're all being manipulated across the board. And no matter what happens, whether it's something that happens organically, or it's something that's a false flag, or it's something that is a paid psyop, or it's, what it's orchestrated in some way, shape, or form, or it is something that happens naturally, it's all they're going to try to use it. The enemy, whichever way you want to look at who that is going to try to use it to their advantage. So I think it's good to be questioning things. Yeah, exactly. Twisted. Everything should be questioned. And I agree with that. But, it's hard to sometimes decipher what's real and what isn't, because we do have to question everything like that.
Yeah.
So I get it. I get where the questions are coming from.
Another thing too is the reason why I said she was acting, but she was acting strong is, well, I don't know if
Right, Roger.
what's his name? I don't know if Robert Ham was taught this. I was taught this, but it's a tactic that we learn in the military, and it's the eyes. And there were a few times where I was like, wow, you could see the fire
You
in
caught
her
that
eyes.
too, did you, Mike?
Yeah. You can tell when you watch their eyes, and if their eyes go to the left, it means that they're thinking about what they're gonna say, and usually that's a telltale sign if they're lying. And her eyes were looking straight at the camera, and there were some times where it was like you could almost see her in her eye. Yeah. So she was acting, but she was acting strong. She probably cried her eyes out for a while.
She was acting through the pain. There's a difference between actors who are lying and people who are feeling something and acting through the pain to appear strong. And she was acting through the pain to appear strong.
Yeah, I think that you hit that right on, Mike. Okay, I'm going to kind of keep these videos going because we are, I know, well over time. And like I'd said, I knew that might happen tonight, and that's okay. Sorry for those of you who are here for the music. We're going to be bumping that back. I'm guessing another at least half hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that even. I do have a video. It's probably going to be about 15 minutes. We sped it up a little bit. But I think this one is really important, and it was what I wanted to make sure that I played. It's by a streamer named Chase Hughes, and he'll tell a little bit about himself for those who don't know who he is. But in this whole, we've talked a lot tonight about the PSYOP and the divide and conquer and all of that aspect of everything that's going on. And so I've shared a couple of his videos before, but I thought this one was this one's specific to Charlie, and I thought that he did a really good job with this. So I hope you guys will stick around on panel and in chat. The link is still pinned.
I gotta get going. But
oh yeah, no worries, Mike. Thank you
me.
for coming up.
Yeah,
thanks for being here. And I am going to be playing your song in a little bit. I wanted to kind of save that for towards the end. So I will be playing that later if you can come back and watch the chat and kind of see people's responses to it, because you did a great job on it. So thanks, Mike.
Unfortunately, I have to leave as well. I've got another channel to moderate a live stream. So
no worries.
That's
why
you all have
really
a good time.
To hear from you. It's been a while since you've been up on panel, and it's really great to get to talk and hear your perspective. So you're always welcome. You too, Mike.
Yeah.
Bye, adios, mi amigos.
Adios.
I'll try to come to more for sure.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. So the link is pinned for anybody else who does want to come up and join. I do have a couple short videos after this one. Like I said, the song that Mike made, and then one more short video of Charlie. But this one, I just really wanted to make sure we did get shared tonight. So I hope you guys will stick around. All right, here we go.
Charlie Kirk is dead, and it exposed something vile and horrifying that I want to share with you right now, just kind of candidly. He was murdered while he's speaking in public to a group of college kids. And there's one part of this that I think should horrify you to the deepest parts of your very soul. Instead of a universal outrage, instead of every decent person saying this is insane and this is wrong, the internet seemingly lit up with these celebrations and cheers and memes and people actually laughing and celebrating the murder of a man because he wore a different political jersey. So let that sink in for a second. And I don't think any of this is about Charlie Kirk, the person. And I don't think it's about whether you liked him or hated him or didn't even care. I think it's about the fact that political murder is somehow just another headline nowadays, and we scroll right past it. There is a whole new low for where we could go, and you have people online cheering like it's their team winning a Super Bowl, and what you're seeing is an evil mask slipping. This is a signal, and it's a signal that we, and I do mean we, all crossed into something that is a lot darker than just politics. This right here, what we're seeing, is what happens when violence becomes part of a political conversation. When actual TV networks air over and over clips that encourage people to see the other side not as neighbors that we might disagree with, but as enemies that need to be destroyed, as the threat to society. And you've seen it, I have no doubt. We all have seen this. People in the media saying these people are a threat, these people are dangerous, maybe some violence is justified, and it's not fringe anymore. This is mainstream. And there are thousands of these clips out there aired to millions of people, kind of nudging, suggesting, maybe planting seeds that maybe a fist, maybe a bullet is a legitimate form of political debate.
You resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck.
Biggest terror threat in this country.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
A lot of people don't have the attention span to maybe stick with this, but I pray that you do, because I'm going to expose something here that's going to change everything for you if you stick around. But here's the irony, and what I think is a absolute concrete law of history. It's concrete law. The minute that your ideas require violence to enforce or spread, they're already completely bankrupt. Every tyrant, every failed ideology, every social collapse starts the exact same way. The debate dies, then violence takes the place of debate. And you can't argue with a gun. You can only kill with it. And when killing is the substitute for a conversation, society as a whole starts falling off a cliff. And we all, myself included, we all have been sold the biggest con of our entire life. And this is that the problem is left versus right, or Republicans versus Democrats. And that is the distraction fireworks show that they want us screaming about while they're doing something else. And this is a magician's trick. And I'm about to really show you what Charlie, God rest his soul, has kind of exposed here. If you turned on cable news today, you go in your living room, turn it on, maybe you scroll social media, what are you gonna see? The absolute fringe. They're gonna show you the loudest, dumbest, most cartoonish people from the other side blasted in your face 24/7. You're not being shown your neighbor or your coworker or the mom next door who votes differently. You're being shown a bunch of professional lunatics that are handpicked to make you think one thing. And the one big thing that they want you to think is, oh my God, these people are insane. They are the enemy. That's the reason that we're going downhill. And none of this is an accident. This is word for word textbook psychological operations. And military psyops manuals literally describe how you isolate a target audience, then you pump them full of a bunch of outrage, you create a tribal us versus them identity. This is straight out of a psyops textbook. So why would we want to do this? Or why would psyops want to do this? Because once you're locked into tribal thinking, you're going to swallow anything. You're going to believe any lie about the other side. You're going to cheer when other people suffer. You'll excuse things that you would never excuse in your own neighborhood if you watched it right in front of you and it was one of your neighbors. This is exactly the playbook on how you get otherwise decent, kind people laughing at a murder on the internet. That is how you radicalize a country without firing a shot. And let me tell you something that you're not supposed to think about right now. You share more in common. You share more with somebody across the aisle than with a billionaire donor or some media executive pretending to speak for you. I don't think they want you to see that. They need you divided. They have to have you blind and full of rage, because a united, sane, connected public is the one thing that they actually fear. So how does a normal person, just a regular person, a guy who loves his kids, pays his bills, maybe argues politics at Thanksgiving, how does he turn into somebody who cheers at the assassination of a political opponent on the internet? This does not happen overnight. It is a formula, and I'm going to lay it out for you very plain right here. Number one is isolation. And this is where you don't just disagree with people anymore. You're told not even to interact with them. You don't have friends on the other side. Don't date them. Don't work with those people. You need to cut them out of your life. That is step one. And if you're paying attention, that's also step one of joining a cult. So step two is echo chambers. You surround yourself only with opinions that sound just like yours. Social media makes damn sure of this. And algorithms serve you more of what already pisses you off. And this has been proven and documented in research. So that rage gets recycled and concentrated like moonshine, like a moonshine still. And if you haven't caught on yet, this is step two of building a cult, a dangerous cult. So step three here is the tribal script. This is the us versus them narrative. Your side is righteous, their side is evil. Every single issue is framed like a holy war, and it doesn't matter if it's taxes or healthcare. It's suddenly life or death, and it's good versus evil. And if you add outrage and righteous superiority, and our brain chemistry starts going bonkers, crazy, that cocktail makes people feel morally justified in hating and silencing and celebrating violence. That is true radicalization. That's how you turn regular people into basically a sleeper agent without them even knowing. The bad news is that what I just said is only the beginning, and it's happening on both sides of the imaginary aisle. Here's the truly horrifying part. All of this, it's not just a result of some advertising and algorithms. This is deliberate, and I would stake my reputation on it. This is not just some accidental byproduct of politics. This, what we're seeing right here, is engineered step by step to keep you outraged and blind and keep you just kind of stabbing and punching at shadows. All the while, this real power, the people who profit from division, stay completely untouchable. So keep this in mind while we're talking. You have more in common with someone who voted different than you did than the people that you see parading their narratives on TV. Please keep that in mind forever if you're able to. An absolutely brutal truth that nobody really wants to face. Assassinations, that especially like we saw with Charlie Kirk, assassinations are not usually about stopping some kind of evil. They're about stopping ideas. You don't kill somebody because their argument was weak. You silence them because you were terrified that their words are working on people. Think about Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't murdered because he was irrelevant and he had bad ideas. He was killed because his vision of racial and economic unity and equality was gaining traction in the country. If you look at President Kennedy, JFK, he wasn't taken out because he had no power or had crappy ideas. He was killed right as he started poking holes in this weird, dark system's grip on our war and defense and secrecy. Mr. Rabin, I think, assassinated in Israel. Nobody did it because he was a joke or because he was a laughingstock. He was killed because he was pushing in Israel for peace, and peace threatened power. Peace threatened power. History is unbelievably clear on this. If debate dies, when open conversation gets replaced with suppression or intimidation and ultimately violence, society walks into a death trap. There's not an exception to this. So the ideas that require censorship or intimidation or blood to survive, they are 100% of the time poison. An idea that can't survive in the sunlight has to live in the shadows. And that is the death spiral that we are in if we don't stop this shit right now. So let's look at the other hand in this magic trick. Remember we talked about there's some misdirection going on here. For decades, the press, the media was supposed to be our watchdog. They're going to find all the facts. They're going to hold the powerful accountable. They're going to keep people informed. And again, you can see this with your own eyes. It's not right versus left. Look closely at the media. It's not right versus left. This is darkness versus light. The media is a circus tent with a lot more in common to a casino. This is a propaganda machine just churning out outrage. Let me just tell you exactly how this works. Facts are boring to people. Outrage is more likely to sell. It's more likely to keep you looking at the screen. That's their metrics. That's what they get paid based off of. So instead of showing you some kind of reality, they're showing you this carefully curated nightmare reel of the absolute worst of the other side. They're not giving you the whole picture. They're giving you the most extreme clips that they can find because they know that you're going to watch. They know that you're going to get pissed off when you see it all, and you're going to come back for more tomorrow. In fact, to me, if I'm very honest, if something doesn't fit their narrative, it is completely ignored. But if a story can be kind of twisted into a blame game, then it is. So they're not showing you reality in any sense. They're showing you a story designed to keep you loyal to your tribe, addicted to whatever their version, twisted horror movie version of reality really is. And what's truly disgusting, what I'm genuinely nauseated by. We tend to think, oh yeah, the media is trying to sell ads for some pharmaceutical stuff, and they're trying to sell some car commercial breaks and things like that. That's not it. This is more about distraction. The reason is, while they get you frothing at the mouth over some clip of a protester screaming nonsense, the real enemy to all of us, these entrenched people that you have nothing in common with whatsoever, who decide the narratives, they bankroll politicians, and they write the rules. And you know that they win no matter who wins, right or left. You know that they're the ones getting the checks. They're laughing at how stupid we are. So let's stop with the doom and gloom for a second here. And let me just kind of bring this back. If you strip away all of the slogans, all the hashtags, the little talking points of the media, what do regular people want? What do regular people, you and your neighbors, even the people that voted differently than you? We want our kids safe. We want a roof that doesn't leak. We want food in the fridge. We want a job that doesn't crush our frickin' soul. And we want some goddamn honesty from the people who claim to represent you, to represent us. And guess what? That guy that you don't like with the bumper sticker down the street, he wants the same thing. The woman with the MAGA hat at the grocery store that you thought was an idiot, she wants the same thing. The mom who is too busy working 3 jobs to even care about politics, she wants the same thing too. But what do they not show you on TV? What is the one thing? It's that you have that much in common with the people who voted different than you. They will never show you that. They show you the screaming protester with the purple hair threatening to burn a bunch of stuff down. They show you this red-faced conspiracy guy spitting at the camera talking about crazy stuff. They show you the absolute fringe because fringe pisses you off. Fringe makes you hateful and angry. Fringe makes you think that the other half of the country has lost its freaking mind. There are absolute real studies on this. There's hard data proving that these algorithms and the media deliberately push exactly what's going to piss you off. Because the more enraged you are, the longer you're going to stay hooked. And they're literally feeding you a diet of enemies instead of neighbors. They're programming you to see the world through some kind of warped carnival funhouse mirror, where these loudest, weird-ass 1% of extremists look like 160 million people, and it's not. It is a lie. It is a lie. And if that's a lie, then let me say one thing that's true. And let me give you the truth here. You and that weird uncle that you argue with at Thanksgiving, you're not enemies. You're both being played. You're both being manipulated. And the second that you realize that, the second that you look across the aisle and see a fellow human being instead of some caricature cartoon, is the moment that the scam starts to collapse. And I think I know what you might be thinking here. So if it's not left versus right, then who the hell is pulling all these strings? Who benefits? So let me ask you, who benefits from you hating your neighbor? Because let's be honest, regular people don't profit from this chaos. Regular people don't. But someone does, and that someone is what I personally call the covert elite, because we have elite and then we have covert elite. And these aren't like a bunch of Looney Tunes cartoon villains in some underground lair. These are CEOs and mega donors to political campaigns. And you notice how they donate to both sides? These are political lifers, media conglomerates. These are the people who cash big ass checks no matter who wins the election. They operate on both sides of the aisle because the sides pay out. They don't care about your values. They don't care about your family or your future. They care about one thing, and that's control. And let me tell you, division is the cheapest, most effective tool ever invented for that. Look at how PSYOPs are described in military doctrine. You identify your target audience, you feed them carefully selected information, and you push their emotion until their behavior changes. This isn't theory. That's written down in black and white, and it's the same exact playbook that's being used on you and me, my family, my parents, all of us. Except this time the battlefield isn't Afghanistan, it's not some country in the Middle East. It is your living room. It's your Twitter feed. It's your nightly news. It's right here where you're looking at my face, whatever device you're watching this on. This is the battlefield. This is why both parties, you're hearing them scream about each other nonstop, but they never really seem to touch the things that matter. And you ever notice how there's always money for war, but there's never money to fix our roads? You notice how billionaires always seem to fund both sides of the elections. And if you've ever noticed, if you take a good look, corruption is a bipartisan issue. That's not incompetence. So whatever it is for the elites, they need you locked in this tribal, us versus them, tribalistic warfare. Because if you ever woke up and you started to realize that you share more in common with the other side than a single millionaire donor on your own side, the entire game starts to collapse instantly. And I think if you realize this, you'd stop fighting each other. You'd start realizing that the right versus left is fake. And I think that purely terrifies them. So who knows how long this video is going to last on YouTube. But let me be crystal clear about one thing. The real enemy isn't your Democrat neighbor with the yard sign that pisses you off. It's not your Republican uncle who posts stupid memes on Facebook. The real enemy is entrenched power. And it's an entrenched power that thrives on one piece of fuel, and that fuel is chaos. The real enemy is those people who profit when you are divided and distracted, and most importantly, when you are dehumanizing your fellow Americans. This was never about left versus right. It was always about the people versus the powerful. So here's the starting point. It's just sanity, just plain everyday common sense sanity. And ask yourself, do you genuinely want political opponents murdered in the streets? Do you want your neighbor dragged through the mud because they voted differently? Of course you don't, because you're a sane human being. And that means that you're okay. And sanity right now is the most rebellious act that you can commit in this country for right now. Sanity is refusing to let CNN or Fox News or Twitter decide who your enemies are. It's looking across the aisle that's probably imaginary and saying, you know what, I disagree with your ass, but you're not the devil. Sanity is truly openly saying violence is not politics. Violence becomes the death of politics. And true sanity is seeing just the weird idiots on the news and realizing that's not the norm. That is a cartoon that's curated for you. And the second that you stop playing the outrage game and you refuse to cheer for blood, which I hope you didn't do, you're already breaking the spell if you're there. I genuinely believe in my heart that sanity is contagious. And when one person refuses to take the bait, the echo chamber starts cracking a little bit. 10 people refuse, it starts breaking open a little bit more. And let me be super clear here. When millions of people, if this were to happen, were to refuse, the machine will collapse. I guarantee it. We don't need permission to stop being pawns on the board. The minute that you decide right now that you will not be programmed into hatred, then you have started to win. And that's the first step to being sane. And it starts with you. Mr. Charlie Kirk, his death was a mirror for all of us. And it's a mirror showing us how that we have fallen, because when we see murder being celebrated, when we see neighbors that are treated like enemies, that's the signal. And I think the good news here is that the machine only works if we feed it. It only runs on our clicks and our outrage and our willingness to see half of this country as a horrifying monster. If you starve this, it's going to die. It's as simple as that. Just think about your neighbors. Look at the people around you. Your neighbors, your coworkers, the parents at your kids' school. Do they really look like these dipshits that you see on TV and on social media? Do they actually match these memes and all the screaming clips and stuff? Hell no. They look like you. They look like me. We're tired and overworked. We're worried about bills. We're praying for a future that isn't just bonkers, batshit crazy. That's the America that cameras don't show you, because if they did, you'd stop hating people. You'd start seeing reality. So here's the pledge. Here's my one thing that I want to give to you here. And you can say this pledge out loud if you need to. I will not let anything electronic decide who my neighbor is. I will not let political violence become normal. I will no longer let propaganda tell me who to hate. I will never cheer for blood. I will choose sanity. I will choose unity. I will choose to see the humanity people before I see their politics. And if enough of us take that stand, the whole entire rotten, nasty structure starts to fall, because the truth is very simple. There are more sane people than there are psychopaths. What we're seeing online is fake. There are more of us than there are of them. And the second that we remember that, the second we refuse to be divided against each other, which is fake, the game is permanently over. And I say this as the brainwashing expert and the psyops expert. The choice is absolutely ours. Right now, do we keep this programming? Do we keep going? Do we keep letting them program us into sociopaths? Because that's what's happening. My previous video right before this one was about this. Or do we break the script and take back our sanity and just finally remember that we are one people, we're not two tribes. And I want you to remember this. If something online pisses you off, now you know for sure that you are witnessing social engineering. That's all that is. And let me end this with a quote from Martin Luther King. The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it. Through violence, you may murder the liar, but you cannot murder the lie, nor establish the truth. Through violence, you may murder the hater, but you do not murder the hate. In fact, violence merely increases hate. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. I love you. Please, please, God, send this to somebody that you know. Take care.
All right. Really, really liked his perspective on all of that. And yeah, that's Chase Hughes. Go check out his channel if you're not familiar. He talks a lot about different psyops and, I think how we're all being played. They're trying to, at least. Appreciate a lot of the comments in the chat. And I agree, of course, united we stand.
Here, now.
Right? Yeah, I'm just catching up in chat a little bit. It's all about money, power, control, censorship, no human rights, no freedoms, decreasing the world population. Absolutely agree, Robert. That is their plan, and I hope enough people are waking up to it that we can at least put a wrench in it, if not stop it completely. I agree with that too. Blaine, well said, or well quoted. Good question there, Hal. If you have two people you like, but they do not see eye to eye, what can you do to help them understand each other? I think having the conversations, like we do here and like Charlie promoted. And even though, the darkness won, and if you want to think of it that way in Charlie's sense, but not really, since we've talked about, this is going to magnify his message, if anything, and amplify it. But I think having the conversations and agreeing to disagree and continuing to see each other as humans that we respect, even if we disagree, is a good place to start, because, that's not the narrative that's being pushed or the narrative that's being shown, even though I think that really is reality for most. What do you guys think? Any other suggestions? What we can do to help people understand each other?
Well, and here's the fun thing, right? We have most everything in common with each other, right? It doesn't matter what it is. We all have to get up in the morning. We all have to get ready for the day. We all have to make dinner and pay bills and go outside. And some of us prefer to touch grass, and some prefer to play music, and some prefer to, run, jog, debate. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we all have the same basic needs, the same basic desires in life. And I think that is the most common tenet that connects everybody, is that we all have that connection with each other, no matter how hard they try to kill it.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Well said, CQ. Right, Twisted. Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. Right, Blaine? Good quote from Washington. Okay, this next video is a clip from Star Trek that Anti had asked me to share, and kind of good play on words here. This is Captain Kirk, and it's his constitutional speech. Here we go.
No, no. Only the eyes of a chief may see the E plebnista.
This was not written for chiefs. Hear me. Hear this! Among my people, we carry many such words as this from many lands, many worlds. Many are equally good and are as well respected. But wherever we have gone, no words have said this thing of importance in quite this way. Look at these 3 words written larger than the rest, with a special pride never written before or since. Tall words proudly saying, "We the people." That which you call id plebnista was not written for the chiefs or the kings or the warriors or the rich or the powerful, but for all the people. Down the centuries, you have slurred the meaning out of the words, "We the people of the United States," in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution. These words and the words that follow were not written only for the Yangs, but for the Khams as well.
The Khams?
They must apply to everyone, or they mean nothing. Do you understand?
I do not fully understand. One named Kirk. But the holy words will be obeyed. I swear it.
All right, good one. Good message of unity there. It's freedom for everyone, whether you agree with them or not. Thanks, Anti, for sharing that. All right, Amy, good call. I wonder who's on Charlie's list to debate in heaven. Yeah. For those who knew Bill Bailey, who's also passed, I thought of Bill being there to meet Charlie as well. They knew each other, I believe. Yeah. Right, Inferno. And for those who were commenting about, the divide of, not having family and friends that you can really talk to about these things, or having division because of politics from family and friends, I can completely relate. I'm still trying to bridge the gap with some people, and others, I've parted ways with a long time ago. And I know that's true for a lot of us. And that's why so many of us, I think, are here, or a big part of it for a lot of us. But I do hope that many of us are cultivating relationships with people in person, not just online, Prue. That's really hard, Pat. I'm sorry that that's the situation you're in. Daniel, we are just about to switch to music. We have a couple more videos to play before we do. But if you want to come up, you are welcome to. I like that, Shamrock. Finding out all the things we can agree on first and then working from there. Yeah, don't start from the point of division. Start from what we have in common. Really good comment. We got out of our pods at different times, but we are together. I like that, Jerry. Right, Twisted? Glad she's around too. Okay, this next video is from Benny Johnson, and it was a question that was asked to Charlie, and it's just perfect timing, so I wanted to share this. Here we go.
How do you want to be remembered? I mean, if I die, everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. Most important thing is my faith in my life.
I don't know if you know this, but everyone dies. It's important to remind yourself of that. That you faced God, the judge, and he's going to list everything you did wrong in your life. It's going to be a long sentencing hearing for me. Will you get justice, which is hell, because that's what we deserve. Mercy, which is less of that, which I'll allow the theologians to figure out what that is. Or grace. What is grace? Grace is something so unique, so different, so profound. Which is as soon as the sentencing's about to be ushered in, someone comes in and says, no, I will serve that prison sentence for him. I will go into the prison cell for him or her so that they can live forever. That's grace. You didn't earn it. You didn't check boxes for it. You didn't go park cars for a ministry and that gets you extra points to go to heaven. None of that's true. It's that it's equally accepted for all people that allow Jesus Christ to be your Savior, the Savior of the world, to be born new and to be completely and totally renewed. That's a gift that we must try to give all people in the world.
I mean, I've had an unbelievably blessed life. Been doing this now, it'll be 12 years on June 5th.
Such a young man to do it.
So young.
Yeah, so praise God. I mean, I've been all across the world. I've met with world leaders. I've flown in Air Force One, got to know a president. I have an amazing family, podcast, Turning Point USA, all that stuff. And so you experience that and you're like, what actually matters? What matters is your relationship with the divine, your relationship with your family, your kids, and maybe a close collection of friends, and your relationship with the truth. And you could decide to lie all the time, then you become a tortured individual. And you know those people, you just turn on television, they're constantly lying and they just become like disfigured either emotionally, spiritually, or physically. Because when you lie, I believe you're actually committing suicide of the soul. I really believe that.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
Very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Oh, Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There is not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
And for those of you that have not given your life to Christ, I could tell you it is the most freeing, liberating thing that a human being can possibly do. The most important thing that you can do, which is to be born new into the kingdom of God.
Amen. Well said. And I love that somebody thought to ask that question of him so that we have those words from Charlie. Well said. Okay. We have one more video I'm going to share here. This is a tribute song made by Mike, Battlefield Production, and it's his tribute to Charlie Kirk. There's a minute of silence at the beginning of it. I'm not going to play that, although I love that you did that, Mike. But since I'm so far behind, I'm not going to do that minute of silence. But I hope that people will take some time in the midst of all the, diving down rabbit holes and dealing with the, kind of the heaviness and the weightiness of this entire situation to, get out in nature, to take some time in spending it in the Word, to spend it in prayer or meditation, to just kind of take some time of peace and calmness to reflect, that you'll do that sometime in these coming days if you have not already. And yes, I agree to all of you posting about how love is the answer. I absolutely agree. And, I think as much as we can get riled up about different topics and different issues and different problems that we're facing, I think the best thing we can do moving forward is to move forward in love. All right, here is a tribute to Charlie Kirk by Battlefield Production.
The clock ticks slow, but the days fly fast. You built a road where no shadows cast. Charlie, you're a spark, a fire that won't fade. In the book of time, your name's on the page. Goodbye, Charlie, we'll see around. Your voice still echoes, a lingering sound. You walked your line, you played your part. Goodbye, Charlie, you'll stay in our hearts. always fall quiet, but they remember you. The chairs are empty, the stage gone still, but your spirit lingers, it always will. And though the night may come too soon, we'll hum your tune beneath the moon. Goodbye, Charlie, we'll see you around. Your voice still echoes, a lingering sound. You walk your line, you play your part. Goodbye, Charlie, you'll stay in our hearts. Every star that falls still leaves a trace, like the light you gave, it can't be erased. In the quiet moments, we'll hear your name, a whisper in the wind, a flicker of flame. Goodbye, Charlie, we'll see you around. Your voice still echoes, a lingering sound. You walked your line, you played your part. Goodbye, Charlie, you'll stay in our flame.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good, how are you?
What's your name?
Dakota.
Nice to meet you, Dakota. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Amazing. Give it up for Dakota being here today.
So, I'm pro-life, I'm a fiscal conservative, and I know I want to get into politics when I grow up. I don't want to get into massive debt for a political science degree. What concrete steps can I take now in order to achieve the goal of doing my part to make America great again?
Oh, great. You should go to Hillsdale College, America's greatest college, and start studying now. Start taking classes, reading books. You have to be in charge of your own education, and the fact you're thinking like this at 11 is a great sign. God bless you, and the future is very bright. Thank you. Do you want a hat?
Beautiful tribute, Mayhem. Well done, Mike. I love the
Amen.
little girl at the end. So sweet. Gives you hope, right?
Amen.
Thank you so much to everybody who's been here tonight for the first half for this memorial for Charlie, here up on panel and in the chat. I appreciate everybody. And I did want to share final words I kind of thought of as I was watching that of Ron, Dangerous Freedom. And he always would say, if I drop my rifle, I hope you'll pick it up and continue fighting. And I hope that we'll all do that in Charlie's name as well, carry on his message, as so many have expressed here tonight. All right. Go ahead, June.
So, little thing.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the last video, how he mentioned a college,
Yes, Hillsdale College. Mm-hmm.
that is about 30 minutes away from me.
Oh, okay. Now, I think if I'm remembering correctly, Hillsdale has a lot of online courses as well that are free. And yeah, I've heard a lot of really good things about Hillsdale. So
They are a private Christian college.
yeah, Yeah, I love that he brought them up, and I hope that people will go and check them out. I know there's a couple courses. I was pretty sure it was Hillsdale. There are a couple courses of theirs that I've looked into. I have not taken any yet, but I should. We all should. There's a lot of really great classes there on the Constitution and our rights, and I'm sure a lot of other topics as well. Yeah, agreed, Mary. Thankfully, we're here for each other. Amen, Neil. Yeah, Shamrock, I love that. I pray we can all really have an in-person fireside chat and music together when we get to heaven. Lord knows lots of hugs, catching up, and songs to be sung together is needed when we get there. Amen, Shamrock. That'll be the shindig of shindigs, right? Well said. Okay. Thanks, Lily, and much love to you. All right, you guys, we're going to shift gears into music. And this is a song I had originally planned to open the stream with. I am really excited to share it with all of you guys. It's just a really great message. And I hope you guys like it as much as I do. This is Monrovia, and the song is called Heavyfoot. Really listen to these lyrics. Beautifully done.
Do you hear the sound of a bell? Did you wish your family well? Times ain't the same in the neighborhood. Got the parents all going through hell, 'cause the guns keep flying off the shelf. Do you see the man on the street, just fighting for a meal to eat? You can write him off as a lunatic, but it could have been you or me if we didn't ever find our feet. Love me now, hold me down, and the government is staying on our heavy foot, and they try to keep us all down. No, they're never gonna keep us all down. Do you see the birds in the cage on the highway working like slaves? It's a con, it's a ruse, it's a gaslight. Ain't it funny how far we came for them to go and change the name? Do you see the man on the screen, just a puppet but you never see the strings? Calling it a war, not a genocide, telling us it isn't what it seems. Man, that's a different kind of greed. Love me now, hold me down, and the government is staying on our heavy foot, and they try to keep us all down. Love me now, hold me down, and the government is staying on our heavy foot, and they try to keep us all down. No, they never gonna keep us all down.
Absolutely love that. When I first heard it, I just listened to it on repeat, like over and over. I think it's such a great song, such a, something different. And I love the video too. I love how they the kid turns off the TV at the end, there's a message in there for sure. All right, let's see. I think I'm losing where I am in the chat here. Okay. All right. Much love to you, Pat. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a great night. Ooh, Blaine, I don't know that one. I'll have to check that out for another time. Thank you. Okay. Yes, we are switching gears to music. Yep. That's right. They can't keep us all down, only if we let them. Heck no, we won't give in. Well said, Lily. Absolutely. Right, Mo? I know. I just absolutely love those lyrics. Off key works. Right, Snooks? We're stronger together. Amen. Okay. Oh, sweet dreams if you do drift off to the music, Wayne. No worries. Thank you, JM, for dropping that link. Appreciate you. Okay. Yes, Johnny, I brought that up earlier. I have seen it, and Anti did drop the link earlier to the Haka for Charlie. It was awesome. I agree. Really powerful. And it's amazing to see, all the way in New Zealand, and we were saying all different countries throughout the world that people are, remembering Charlie and celebrating his life and mourning his passing. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, this next song I heard over on Algo's channel. Hopefully I don't get any kind of issue with this or block or anything. I really hope I don't. But this is, I don't think I will. He was on Rumble, so a little less censorship over there. But this is Jimmy Vaughn playing live, and I really like the lyrics of this song. Here we go.
There we go, there we go. Yeah. I'm so proud to be here on Texas Independence Day. Thank you. I'm proud to be here with all of you in this fight. Thank you. Shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother and those RFIDs. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I sit down with Big Brother and a national ID. I don't want a chip in my wallet, a chip in my car. And if I want to travel, it's nobody's business how far. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother, always tracking and tracing me, and you too. A chip in my wife, a chip in my babies. Stay out of our life. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother in the good old USA. I sit down with Big Brother. Big Brother. Shame on Big Brother. I'm with Big Brother. It's all about liberty. Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
All right. Nothing to disagree with on that one. Great lyrics there. Down with Big Brother. All right. And as JM says, end the Fed. Well said.
Amen.
All right. Yeah, it's a good one, right? Okay. All right, this next song that we have coming up, and then we'll go right to you, Jude, right after that. And actually, Jude, well, I'll ask you a question in the private chat. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you something in the chat in just a second. But we'll go ahead and pull up this video next. This is by an artist, JD Huggins, and it's been a little bit of a heavy message in this song, but I agree with it and I like it. This is The Life I Lead. Here we go.
I was raised at the foot of the hill, far end of the holler next to a moonshine still. Mama prayed I wouldn't see him take a sip of creek water next to where the liquor spills. They nicknamed me Little Heathen, taught me to drink like a sailor and shoot to kill. I slip out on my own to the cliffs where I roam. I learned to sing with the whippoorwills. How far do you wanna go? I can show you things you've never seen. Do you really even wanna know the secrets of the life I lead? I break bread with the sinners, hillbillies and the outlaws. We all got stories to tell, and I was taught that you keep your mouth shut. They can't never cut, only a bitch will squeal. I know times are changing, but I remain, 'cause I ain't got nothing for sale. And Appalachia will always be my home. Roosters fighting on the lawn before the dinner bell. How far do you wanna go? I can show you things you've never seen. Do you really even wanna know the secrets of the life I lead? How far do you wanna go? I can show you things you've never seen. Do you really even wanna know the secrets of the life I lead? I was raised at the foot of the hill, far end of the holler.
Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can't. Okay, Jude is going to go ahead and sing next. I love that song. I hope you guys go check out JD Huggins. And Jude is going to be kind enough to sing a couple of songs here in a row so I can go refill my coffee and such. And then I'll be right back. Thank you, Jude.
You're welcome. Give me 1 second here, sorry.
When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance control that Christ has regarded my helpless estate and hath shed his own blood for my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. My sin know the bliss of this glorious thought. My sin not in part, but the whole is nailed to the cross, and I bear it no more. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. And Lord, haste the day when the faith shall be sight, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll. The trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul.
Beautifully done.
What was that?
Limu Limo at your service. Here to help you save hundreds by customizing your car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Probably should have gone the other way.
Here.
From the day we arrive on the planet and blinking step into the sun, there's more to be seen that can never be seen, more to do than can never be done. Some say eat or be eaten, some say live and let live, but all are agreed as they join the stampede, you should never take more than you give in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place, and the path unwinding in the circle of life. Some of us fall by the wayside, and some of us soar to the sun, and some of us sail through our troubles, and some have to live with the scars. There's far too much to take in here, more to find than can ever be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great and small on the endless round in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life. On the path unwinding in the circle of life.
Beautiful, Jude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, both of those songs really well picked. Appreciate you. And yes, that is from The Lion King, Dennis.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful song. Thank you, Jude. Appreciate you singing. All right. Thank you, Anti, for sharing Jude's link. And I'm sorry I had the other link pinned. I couldn't take it off from my phone, I realized. So glad we got it shared out. All right. Okay, the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up and join us to either sing or perform live or to have your videos shared. And this next song is by an artist I've shared before. It's Rob Philo, and this is his original song, Troubled Times. Here we go.
Here's a story I've heard before. Behind the eyes, behind the doors, they scream at night to start their fight. I've never felt like this before. Emotions coming, but I'm so unsure. You bring me back for more. You bring me back. You try to run, you try to hide. Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna die. And there's no time for weakness in troubled times like these. Take one more hit of distraction, bring a nation to her knees. Here's a place I've been before. See the faces behind the door. They scream at night. They scratch and bite. I try to run, I try to hide. Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna die. And there's no time for weakness in troubled times like these. Take one more hit of distraction, bring a nation to her knees. And then you kiss me, and I want more. And I remember what I'm fighting for. Oh, I'm fighting and there's no time for weakness in troubled times like these. Take one more hit of distraction, bring a nation to her knees.
All right. Love that song. And Dennis, I got your request. Absolutely. Thank you. How cool that you even got to sing on the same microphone as Frank Sinatra. That's pretty amazing. All right. Yeah, that was a great song by Rob Philo. Go and check him out. Make sure you're subbed up if you liked his music. I've really enjoyed all of his original songs, and I hope you guys do too. Okay. The next song we're going to play is by an artist I don't think I've shared here yet. I first heard him over on 15th Ben's stream, and this is Sutej Singh. This is one of his most recent songs, Walk My Path. Here we go. Amazing talent there. Really, really like them. You guys go and check them out. I think you'll be surprised by how much incredible music that they have. Again, that was Sutej Singh. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up one more, and then we'll go back to you, Jude, if you want to sing. And the link is pinned for anybody who would like to come up and join the panel to have your music shared or to perform live. All right, this next song is by Dynamite Throw. Love Dynamite. Dynamite's done some collaborations with a couple different artists, but I've played some of his collaborations with Sal Caruso or Unshackled Spirit. This is Dynamite's song Supercell. Here we go. Love that by Dynamite Throw. Really well done, as always. No surprise there. So talented. Okay. All right. The next song we're going to pull up is by Amy Wallace. She has such a beautiful voice, and I've absolutely loved everything I've heard her sing and do. And this is no exception. This is her latest song, Veil of Hope. I'll give Bran a second. We're keeping him hopping tonight. I don't know what that means. I am not fed up with the jam. I see you got feed up of jam and all right, there we go. Now I got it. Snook's got it too. All right. Okay, the link is pinned if anybody wants to come up and join the panel to either have your music played or to sing or perform live. I wasn't planning to sing tonight, but maybe I will pull up something since we don't have very many people up here yet. We'll see. That's supposed to encourage people to come up, not to stay down on panel. All right. Thank you, Mo. Much love to you. Get some good sleep. Thanks for being here, and God bless. Much love. All right, here we go. Amy Wallace, Veil of Hope. Check this out. Such a beautiful song by Amy Wallace. Really love that. And the video is just beautiful as well. Very nice. Right, Roger? Beautifully done. Paints a picture for sure. Right. Inferno
There
says,
it is.
where's the Renaissance fair? Right. Good call. Right. Dennis says, this is like music for the end of the Lord of the Rings movie. Yeah, I agree. Oh no, Bran. Yeah, really beautifully done. Okay, Jude, you are up next.
Ookity dookity. I'm gonna try this. My voice has decided not to voice tonight.
Hate when that happens. I'm a talker, so it's especially horrible.
Well, that's I'm getting off from being really sick.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're on the mend, though. Seems like there's been something making the rounds for different people.
Well, I mean, school started back up.
Right, good call. Yeah, that's true. I homeschool,
have-
so ironically I forgot. But yes, as a teacher, or former teacher, or used to teach in public schools, yes, it would always be this time of year. You're right. That's probably what it is. All right, ready when you are. Thanks, Jude.
When I need you, my heart's on fire. Come to me wild and wild. When you come to me, give me everything I need. Give me a lifetime of promises in the world of dreams. Speak the language of love like you know what it means. And it can't be wrong. Take my heart and make it strong, baby. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone I ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. Pay on every word you say. It was so hard. Baby, I would rather be dead. In your heart I see the start of every night and every day. In your eyes I get lost, I get washed away. Just as long as I'm here in your arms, I could be in no better place. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone I ever met. Oh, I'm stuck on your heart. Hang on every word you say. Tear us apart, no, no. Baby, I would rather be dead. Each time you leave me, I start losing control. You're walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you even when I'm alone. Oh baby, don't let go. You're the best, better than I'm stuck on your heart. Hang on every word you say. Tear us apart, no, no. Baby, I would rather be dead. Oh, you're the best.
That was awesome, Jude. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
I like that you got some of us up and dancing. Way to up the vibes. Well done. Set up by Marshall. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. And he says, dance like nobody is watching. That's right. It's the only way to dance. Jude, thank you so much for being here tonight for the for the conversation and for singing. Appreciate you always.
Yep. And I love coming up.
Awesome. Well, you're always welcome. We have one more week. I think I am going to go ahead and still stream next Friday. That'll be the 19th. And then after that, I'll be switching to Mondays. So it'll be a quick turnaround. And on the 22nd, I will be streaming for the first Monday stream. So, yeah, stay tuned. But hopefully you can join us on Mondays, Jude. All right. Probably a good time to also say, oh yeah, go ahead, Jude. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that. My microphone decided it wanted to not work.
Yeah, mine's been doing that too. We've got Brand without headphones working and us without microphones working. And we're winging it per always.
Unless I got a short in one of the wires.
Right. Agree. It sounded great, Jude.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah. All right. We do have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Sunday. I'm not sure what we're going to be playing yet. I'm kind of debating on doing either a series, kind of doing like a little mini marathon of it, but I'm not sure yet, or documentaries maybe. Kind of going down some rabbit holes about different things. There's a couple good documentaries that people have suggested, and we might do more of like a kind of pause the documentary and talk type thing. Or we might just do some regular movies. I'm not sure. So it is posted, but it says TBD, to be determined. And I will change that as soon as I decide what we'll be doing. If you have a suggestion, if you'll be there on Sunday and you're here and you have a suggestion for what you'd like me to play, or if you think, yeah, documentary, yes, concert, yes, movie, let me know. Take your feedback.
Yes, I do also have, there's a app that I have. It's called the Angel app.
Oh yeah, it has a lot of like Christian shows and movies. I have used it a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit.
And there's been some
Chris.
good movies and whatnot on there.
Okay, yeah, that's a good place to check out. I don't think I've shared anything from there, except I think the Angel app has the show. Why is it going to go out of my head right now? The Chosen. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. There is that.
I think that's when I first got that app. It was to watch The Chosen. We did a Bible study for a little bit where we were watching The Chosen and doing a kind of guided Bible study backstage. But yeah, that's a really good show. And I actually only have watched the first season. So I need to go. I should pull that out to watch again. Good reminder, Jude.
It's, there's one they have a movie, and then they started a series that continues off of the movie called Homestead.
Yes. Okay. Now I saw we did watch that backstage. We watched Homestead, and then I thought they were making a sequel to the movie, but they made a series, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's
all right.
3 episodes right now, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we liked everybody seemed to like the show pretty well. There's a lot of preppers back there, and there were some critiques of it. But one thing I liked about it is that it was something I was comfortable showing my kids, and it was really interesting to hear, to kind of hear their perspective on some of it. Some things they picked up on. Like my son, I remember one detail of it, not to give any spoilers or anything, but I remember my son picked up on the fact they were driving a Tesla when they were leaving their house to kind of, bug out, so to speak. And he was like, well, that won't get them very far. He just noticed it right away. Miles. I was like, Yeah. And sure enough, that kind of played out a little bit in the plot. But yeah, good suggestion. Thank you. And I'm glad to know that that show is started up because I would like to follow up on it, and I'll probably watch it before I let my son watch it. But I know he'd ask because he thought that there was going to be a follow up movie.
Mhm.
So
No,
yeah, I'm gonna have
that's
to
what I
check it out
like
again.
about the app and everything on it is there's
Thank you,
like no
Anti.
cursing in it,
Yeah.
and there's like there's the homestead.
Thanks, Jan.
The Last Ride is a good
Mm-hmm.
one. Uh, Cowgirls and Angels.
Oh yeah, okay. I've heard of that one. I've seen previews for it, but I haven't watched it.
I found out that that movie came out in 2012.
Yeah, I remember that from a while back. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Good suggestions. Thanks. Yeah, Jude, I don't know. I think you've come to the Backstage Speakeasy before, right? I'm gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully you can join again sometime. I know,
Yeah.
do check. I do try to put, usually before now, I would have had it, chosen what I'm playing. I do put it in there. I think I'll start putting the ratings. I know sometimes, we've played some things that include some nudity, if you want to put it that way, or like maybe even soft pornography. But for productive reasons, the movie I'm thinking of is Videodrome, and it was one I'd not seen before. And if anybody's seen it, then but if you don't, then it's a little graphic. So there's been some movies that I know are not everybody's cup of tea. We've played some movies that are rated R. But then other times we're playing, we'll play cartoons or kids movies, or we've played when we're planning to do an 80s night. So you just never know. I'm just saying,
Oh, yeah.
you never know what's back there. So if you're sensitive to these things, check the stream description, because there's, I do always put out what I am going to be playing. And so you can always go and check the trailers out and see if it's something you're interested or not. And
Yeah.
usually I'll link or I'll post 2 movies or 2 videos or 2, whatever I'm playing. But then we don't always get to the second one, because sometimes we have a lot of great conversation, or people have different things that they want to share, and we kind of go with the flow. So we don't always get to the second video, but we do, of course, always play the first one. So it's pretty laid back there. Lots of a good place to go and get to know people pretty well. Yeah. What was the one we played, Caveman? That just made me think of Zug Zug. If you know, you know.
So you got movies with knackers in it?
Right. Yeah, I saw that in the butthead voice. I'm not doing the butthead voice, but yes, sometimes this happens backstage. It's a place for it. But we do play things in general that we have copyright, or that we can't play, or have conversations that we can't really have live on panel. And it's also a good place for people who have never been up on panel to go ahead and sure jam. For people who have never been up on panel to kind of get the hang of things, what it's like to be in StreamYard, and what it's like to just kind of be up with everybody if you've never joined panel before. So some people do come back there that have never been up on a panel live, and some come up on panel live after coming backstage. So there you go. All right. Thanks again, Jude. Okay, we're going to go ahead and keep the music going. I think I already shared that one earlier, Anti, but thank you. Yes, there are quite a few videos I did not get to play tonight. So I hope if you weren't here earlier for the tribute to Charlie, or if you didn't see the links in the chat, go back and check, because there were quite a few links to different videos that I did play and that I didn't get to play in memory of him. And you know what I'll probably actually do too is I think I'll go ahead and make a public playlist probably tomorrow, but I will make a public playlist of a lot of those videos as well, and the things I shared tonight, so people can go in and watch them if they missed it. All right, this next song I'm going to pull up here is by Phil Hogg. Phil is a wonderful person and a talented individual. He plays piano and sings, and plays some other instruments as well. He does live streams, and they're one of the most just peace-filling places to be on the internet. I always try to get there when I see that he's live. And this is his cover of There's a River. Here we go.
Come on, honey. There's a river flowing from a pure and a crystal stream, and it carries my heart along, carries me all my life, and I know it will bring me home. There's a choir singing with a song that could light the sky. I will join with a voice from deep inside, anthems for joys gone by, and for joys I'm sure will come. Golden treasure in the evening sky, it's good to be alive. Golden measure, hear the music cry when my heart sings of golden things. There's a dove ascending, like my thoughts in the summer sky, and she carries my soul along into eternity, and I know I'm not golden treasure in the evening sky. It's good to be alive. Golden measure in the music cry when my heart sings on golden things. Golden morning.
Beautiful cover by Phil. Really love that. I hope you guys did too. And I did not mean to post that last thing in chat, so I'll see if I can figure out how to delete it for now. But really love that. I hope you guys did too. Oh no, never mind. I did do it in the right place. Ignore what I said. All right. Like I said, you guys, Phil is amazing and such a great guy. I hope you guys will go show some support. Make sure your notification is on so that you can catch him when he's live, and I will likely see you there. Dennis, your comments are so ridiculous. You crack me up. Okay. I'm not sure if it was a Taylor or a Fender. I'm not the one to ask, but played beautifully. That I know for sure. I agree. Sounds peaceful. And that's Phil. That is Phil. Absolutely. So, if you enjoyed that, please go check him out. All right. I agree, Stephen. Okay. All right. The next one is by Dennis Lowry. And this is one that Dennis requested from the chat. This is Let's Get Out of Here. And I love Dennis. I love your songs. And I'm not sure that I've heard this one yet. Maybe I have. I'll know in a minute. But here we go. I'm sure I'm going to like it.
just got home from a long weekend, thinking about my time with you, but where do I begin? Well, the river here, it never ends. That's where my memories began. My biggest trout down in Bowman Dam, and those good times on the Sandy End. Well, I'm headed on down to 24. Just bought some worms at the Barton store. I'm wishing you was on your way, but we could have some fun today. And I know you'd be here if you could, and your heart ain't treating you so good. Well, take some time, you'll be back. It really don't matter where it's at. Hey, Dad, let's make a plan, and let's get together. Yeah, when it's warm again. Come on, Dad, let's make a plan, and we'll grab a lunch and a couple of beers. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. It was opening season and the bite was on. Loading a truck at the crack of dawn, with the gear packed up for a 3-day trip. These are the times that I never forget. I remember it well, but I was 8 years old. Looking at a mountain, it was covered in snow. A clear blue morning, just waking up. You was waiting for us, warming up the truck. Hey, Dad, let's make a plan, let's get together. When it's warm again. Come on, Dad, let's make a plan, and we'll grab a lunch and a couple of beers. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Hey there, Dad. Hey, come on, let's go. Pack it up. Let's hit the road. As far as I can see, it's too close to where we want to be. And with luck here by our side, but we will make it through the night and be there before sunrise. Hey, Dad, let's make a plan, and we'll get together. Yeah, when it's warm again. Come on, Dad, let's make a plan, and we'll grab a lunch and a couple of beers. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
See, I knew I'd love it, Dennis. I love everything of yours. Amazing. Love those lyrics. Such a great song. And yeah, it made me miss my dad too, Wayne. Absolutely. Made me also think of Charlie. You know, we were talking about him earlier, and I was saying, like, you know, the part that hits me the hardest about him being gone is the impact it'll have on his kids. And they won't get to have that, you know. Great song, Dennis. Beautiful lyrics as always. You're such a goof in the chat, and then your songs are so like emotional and raw and sweet. It's just funny to me, Dennis. But love it, and thank you for sharing it here. Appreciate you, Dennis. Agree, Steven. Sounded great. Yeah, really well done. Okay. Right, feel you, Dennis, for sure. Good to see you, Angelique. Thanks for being here. No pressure, but the link is pinned for anybody who wants to come up and join us tonight. It's a short rotation because it's just you and videos at this point. All right, this next song is by Mandy Prater, and it's an original of hers. Mandy does amazing live streams, really fun, just really good vibe. She does a lot of requests and covers, but she has quite a few originals, which I had shared. One of her originals I love. I've shared it before and a couple times, but I went and found her playlist of original songs, so I'll be sharing out more of her originals here. I just think she's great, and you'll see some familiar faces in her chat as well on her live streams. And I hope you guys like this one. This is On the Outside.
No bars on these windows, but I've been locked away. And I just had this feeling I need to escape. I don't know if there's something wrong, but nothing's really right. I'm sitting in a tunnel looking for the light. 'Cause I just wanna run, but I don't have to hide. Get into the sun, meet me on the outside before I come undone. I wanna take a ride, we already won. You can meet me on the outside. Meet me on the outside. Put some Zeppelin on the stereo. Get the hell out of town. Racing down the back roads with no one else around. Let's go find that place again where we used to wait for trains and empty out this ruination rattling around my brain. 'Cause I just wanna run, but I don't have to hide. Get into the sun, meet me on the outside before I come undone. I wanna take a ride, we already won. You can meet me on the outside. Meet me on the outside. How can it stay get better? It's feeling like a shot in the dark. How can it stay get better? When's the last time you just looked up at the No bars on these windows, but I've been locked away. And I just had this feeling I need to escape. 'Cause I just wanna run where I don't have to hide. Get into the sun, meet me on the outside before I come undone. I wanna take a ride, we already won. Meet me on the outside. I just wanna run, I don't have to hide. Get into the sun, meet me on the outside before I come undone. I wanna take a ride, we already won. You can meet me on the outside. Meet me on the outside. Meet me on the outside. Meet me on the outside.
All right. Beautiful song. Love that by Mandy. And yes, Dennis, I'm going to go ahead and read this in case people are just listening for any lurkers who aren't watching. He said, yeah, I actually wrote that in the song before this last one in 2011. Took forever to finish. Couldn't ever get through the damn song without choking up. Took too long to finish it and ended up getting it recorded after he passed. I'm so sorry to hear that, Dennis, that it was before, that he passed before he was able to hear that. I hope he at least got to hear parts of it. And like I said in the chat, you can tell it's from your soul, like all of your songs. And I think that's part of the beauty of your music. Angelique, thank you so much for coming up. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
How have you been?
Better.
Yeah, a lot going on. Seems to be the MO these days for a lot of us. I hear you.
Yeah, I've had surgery and stuff, so I've been recovering from that for a while. So
Okay, well, I hope you're on the mend, and I'm glad you're able to be here tonight. You look beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
Just a little side note. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, do you want to sing right away, or do you want me to pull up one more song in between while you get set up?
Yeah, go ahead and pull one up, and then
Okay.
then I can sing, I guess.
All right, great. Yeah. Okay. This next song is by an artist I've shared here before. For those of you who know Garrett, this is a friend of Garrett's, Caleb Mills, and this is his latest, King of the South. Here we go.
She was raised like a princess, I was kinda backwoods, born with a little bit of mud in my blood. Just north of the train tracks, that was where we met. Had a first kiss and fell in love. Her daddy had whole money in my ties, gave me her hand and a damn good job. Now we got some commas in the bank, my baby's dripping in ice, turns every redneck when she's kissing on mine. Oh my Lord, let the trumpets ring out. I'm running on raw, she's wearing my crown. When we walk in a building, all the boys bow down. She's a Tennessee queen and I'm king of the South. Our last name's engraved on the gate, doves fly when we pull out the drive. Limousine timber, y'all know who it is by the horns on the hood of this ride, and the smoke show who steps out the side. Oh my Lord, let the trumpets ring out. I'm running on raw, she's wearing my crown. When we walk in a building, all the boys bow down. She's a Tennessee queen and I'm king of the South. She's a Tennessee queen and I'm king of the South. Mississippi, all beneath the Mason-Dixon, and on name wherever we go. Gee, my little my, oh my, took my mama tribe, blue collar bloodline, and turned it gold. Oh my Lord, let the trumpets ring out. I'm running on royal, she's wearing my crown. When we walk in a building, all the boys bow down. She's a Tennessee queen and I'm king of the South. Tennessee queen and I'm king of the South.
All right, really like that one by Caleb Mills. You guys, he has a newer channel, so quite a few songs though. Go check him out, and I'm sure we can help his channel grow a little bit. That'd be great. Go show some support if you enjoyed that. All right. Thank you, JM. Yes, the link is pinned for anybody who wants to join. And Angelique, you are up.
Okay, so it's been a little bit, so let me, it's a little bit changed in here. Let's see.
Yeah, I know, always, right?
Yeah.
Seems like they do that just to throw us off a little bit, to keep us on our toes.
Of course, of course. Okay, so...
Do you need to share music, or do you share it through your system?
Yeah, I'm
okay,
sharing.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm sharing it. Yeah,
all right.
And I have a question. I can't remember. Is my
You want your echo cancellation? Is it that sound? Yeah, echo cancellation and background noise off, not checked.
Okay.
And stereo sound on if you can.
Okay, hold on a second.
That'll make it the best quality for the music.
Where is that sound? Echo cancellation is off and reduced mic background is off or on?
Off. You want that off.
Off. Okay,
Yeah.
so both of those are off. Okay.
Okay. You should be all set then.
Alrighty. It's pretty sad when I can't remember. Okay. It's been a while, so I hope y'all enjoy. The falling leaves since you went away. The days grow long, and soon I'll hear a winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear a winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall, I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall.
Absolutely stunning, Angelique. That was gorgeous. Yeah, really, your voice is so beautiful, and that was a great song.
Thank
Very
you.
nice. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming up and singing with us.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you back, right? Wow, Steven says. Yep, absolutely. David, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Much love. Right? Beautiful. Bravo. Agreed. All right, Roger, good to see you. Thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing wonderful. I have not very much idea how
Ooh, hold on. We are getting a lot of background noise. Let me check your settings here. I'm going to turn on your background. Oh, let's see if it'll let me. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. You want to keep your background noise reduction on. I don't know why it's automatically turning it off. So you might have something in your system that's. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think it's stuck. Okay, go ahead and say something now.
Well, my house has a little bit of an echo chamber to it.
Yep, that might be part of it. Yeah.
It's just what it is.
Well, Roger, thanks for coming up. And It's good to have a face with the name.
I hope that I'm not making people bothered. I just wanted to see if this could see one of my computers died because it's like freaking stupid. This is outside. I just wanted to walk outside so you could hear me. Oh wait, there, check it out. There's a full moon or a half moon over there.
Here,
Can
hang
you
on. Let me
see
go ahead and
my
make
picture?
it. I'm going to make you a little bigger here. Go to
I'm
your
trying to
left a
show
little
a
bit.
picture.
Yeah, let me go to your
Left.
left a little bit. There we go. Yeah, if you go to your left a little more. Yeah, it shows up a little bit. We can definitely see it. That's awesome.
I've got a couple of acres of land. I'm trying to get back in my house.
Yep. Thanks for showing that to us.
The wildlife outside. This is my child. Look at this. This is Molly. This is a 140-pound rock walrus. Look, she's a telling me this. Molly, wake up, wake up.
Aww.
Oh,
Oh, that's okay.
well, she just
What a
got
sweet
dinner.
face.
Poor baby. Daddy done woke us up for no reason just to say hello to everybody. Poor dear child. Yeah, the fan is for her and everything. I was in Florida. But no, I wanted to say that I really enjoyed your show. How much I enjoy, speaking to others with reasonable minds and good work. Is,
Thank you.
what
Yeah,
I'm trying to get at.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm having kind of a hard time here understanding you, Roger. It could be partially my connection too, but it's kind of echoey and muffled. But Roger, thank you so much for coming up and for sharing the moon and your dog with us. I appreciate that. Did you have any a message you want to share before we go into our next song? All right, some music from you too. Love it. Do you play the drums, Roger, or do you is it for a family member, or is it something you're hoping to learn to play?
Oh no, I've been doing things for years. I seriously, thousands of dollars worth of equipment.
Roger, I wish I could understand you, but I'm good to see you, Music Man.
I'm not very good. That's why I said my band probably should have been called No Beat, No King.
All right, Roger, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. I'm sorry. I really wish that I could understand you, but I am really not able to understand what you were saying. I could a little bit before, but thank you so much for coming up. I really do appreciate you being here. And I hope we can figure out your sound. You know, if you want to, you can email me, Roger, and we can try to figure out your sound settings sometime before you come up. But thank you so much. All right. Have a good night.
Wait, Indy, you didn't understand that? It was clear as day.
Was it to you guys? I hope it wasn't just me.
I'm messing. I wanted to make an alien joke. Wait, that wasn't English to you guys?
I figured you were. You tend to mess around, Grell. No,
I came up. How's everyone doing? This has been a damn week. I had a week at work on top of all this stuff. I just want to come up and just say, hey, how you all doing?
Yeah, no, we're doing pretty good. It has been quite the week, that's for sure. And we did, I don't know if you saw any of the earlier part of the stream, but we did do a memorial for Charlie Kirk in the first half plus, and we talked a lot about that. And it's some pretty heavy things going on. Not just that, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. So
yeah,
it's good to get to kick back a little bit tonight with some music.
Indeed.
Right, JM? I agree.
And that's why I don't even want to get it. I was like, I'm up. They're still on. I'll check in. How's everyone doing? Because
I appreciate that.
Doesn't matter what you think. What a ride, y'all. What a ride.
It is definitely a wild ride, and things seem to, only be getting bumpier and crazier and picking up speed, I think. But I'm glad we're all in it together, It does help, at least for me, and I think for some others too.
As long as we keep our arms and legs inside the tire as we're going down the
Right.
hill, we'll be all right.
Nah, hands up. We just gotta let
All
it go
right.
and go.
We gotta
Fair
take
enough.
a little. We gotta take a little risk. You push the lid. Come on, it's not fun unless it's a little scary.
I mean, we're throwing up as we go down the hill. I mean, at like 70, but you know, it is what it is.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. All right, well, let's keep the music going. I'm feeling kind of scratchy throated myself. I'm not feeling up to singing tonight, but I am going to go ahead and pull up a song. This is one that Ozark Drifter and I did together, a cover of Merle Haggard's That's the Way Love Goes. So I'm going to go ahead and mute everybody up, and I'm going to change my sound settings real quick. Sorry, guys. It takes a second here. Okay, here we go.
I've been throwing horseshoes over my left shoulder. I've spent most all my life searching for that four-leaf clover.
Yet you ran with me, chasing my rainbow.
And honey, I love you too. That's the way love goes. That's the way love goes, babe. That's the music God made for all the world to sing. It's never old, it grows. Losing makes me sorry.
You say, honey, now don't worry. Don't you know I love you too?
And that's the way love goes.
That's the way love goes, babe. That's the music God made for all the world to sing. It's never old, it grows.
Losing makes me sorry. You say, honey, now don't worry. Don't you know I love you too? That's the way love goes. Whoa.
All right.
Yay.
So there we go. Okay. Let me change my sound so you guys can probably hear me. All right, there we go. Love doing that with you, Ozark, and I hope when you're able to sing again, which I'm sorry that you're not at this time. Yeah, love Ozark's voice much more than mine. So awesome. All right. Garrett, I did just a few songs back. If you want to go back and check it out, I really liked it. Caleb did a great job. Thanks, G. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. This one is by Take Two Drum Covers, and this is his cover of Back in Black. Here we go. right. Love that by Take Two. Take Two always brings the energy and does such a great job. Well done, Take Two.
That was great.
Yeah. And Growl and David, I'm totally looking forward to hearing your duet. It's cracked me up. You are a cheeky bastard, Growl. It's true. Yeah, G, can't wait to see. I know you've got some stuff in the works. Looking forward to hearing all of that coming up.
It's a blessing and a curse, Indy. I have lots of family who are like, not everything's a joke. And I'm like, you guys know. You guys know I know that's not true, but we got to have more fun in the world because it's...
We do need some more fun. I'm with you on that. That's for sure. Hunky Dory is one I haven't heard in a while. Thanks for that. I said scuzzy the other day, and somebody commented on how they hadn't heard that in a long time.
So I was so happy. Like, Tate's the best. Let's answer the question. How are we now? Hunky dory. There we go.
Yep. All right, Angelique, you are up next. Oh, you're muted right now.
Okay. Here we go. I'm going to, whoops. I got to get back used to this. Share screen.
Really quickly. CQ, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out. Much love to you. Really appreciate you being here tonight and joining us on panel. I will hopefully see you backstage on Sunday. All right. Let me bring that up. Okay, you're all set.
When I walk through deep waters, I know that you will be with me. When I'm standing in the fire, I will not be overcome. Through the valley of the shadow, I will not fear. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me. In the midst of deep sorrow, I see your light is breaking through. The dark of night will not overtake me. I am pressing into you. Lord, you fight my every battle. Oh, and I will not fear. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me. You amaze me, redeem me. You call me as your own. You amaze me, redeem me. You call me as your own. You amaze me, redeem me. You call me as your own. You amaze me, redeem me. You call me as strength, you're my defender. You're my refuge in the storm. Through these trials, you've always been faithful. You bring healing to my soul. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me. I am not alone. I am not alone. You will go before me. You will never leave me.
Amen. Beautiful, Angelique.
Thank you.
That was great. Yeah, it's a great song. I feel like
Is
I'm at
that-
church.
Is that a hymn? I'm curious. Like, I grew up Christian, but we don't have to go into that. Is that a hymn? I grew up
A praise song more
Yeah.
than a hymn.
Okay.
Yeah, praise.
No, I like that. So, like,
Stephen.
my parents are going through that now. They're struggling between traditional and contemporary. I was
Isn't it
born in
funny how
91. I'm
Presbyterian-
definitely contemporary, and my parents are starting to get mad that my church is more fun. You see what I'm saying? Like, isn't that a fun debate to have with your parents as an adult?
Right. Well, it's all
Right.
biblical. that
Yeah.
song is based off
Yeah,
of
so praise song. That's why I was
Bible.
curious.
Yeah, Bible verses. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I meant. When I go to their, it's beautiful. Like, the hymns
too,
are
David. God
beautiful,
bless.
right? Like, it's crazy to hear a hymn, and that's why that
Mhm.
kind of hit me like a hymn, and that's why I was
Mhm.
curious. I didn't care
Yeah.
which it was.
I have been at churches though where they kind of get in debates about that. And actually, this is something I hadn't heard until I'd heard this from Joe Norman. But he said that traditionally, worship music shouldn't include any instruments, which I was surprised to hear. Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't.
In college, I went for art. I went for graphic design, painting. You have to do sculpture. When you go to the arts, you have to try out the arts. We're not talking liberal arts. I'm not sitting there doing social services. I'm talking painting, sculpture. But we had to take something out of our emphasis, our concentration. Music theory about destroyed me.
yeah,
But
it's tough.
what you
I
just said,
understand.
Indy, is like, there's so much history behind why there's no instrumentation in old Catholic. You know what I mean? Like, there's a purpose.
Right.
However, I don't necessarily agree with that because David played the
have
harp. He played, well, I know, but David played the harp and he played the guitar for the Lord. So if there was not supposed to be any instrumentation, who took that out? I mean, because technically it's in the Bible. So
The little drummer boy was a heretic. You're right. I'm cheeky.
No, I don't believe so.
Instruments are in the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
Angelique, I know he's shared about it in his Seeking the Truth videos, but I can't say that I can, that I can tell you the reason behind it. It was, like I said, it's new to me. But, I really think for what it's worth, and I'm sorry, I'm talking about it with Joe here to kind of defend his side of it. But, I really think it's where your heart's at and the intention behind it. So I can't imagine that the instrumentation makes any difference one way or another. But
I will tell you, there's some. I mean, and I agree with that. There's some music that it's the rhythm, it's the frequencies, that can steer you down a wrong type of path. So
right,
and that's interesting. And just history nugget, I agree. I am on both your sides.
Right.
In a cappella or just a voice is just as beautiful as a full string orchestra or a quartet. Right? Like, the instruments don't matter to me. What was really interesting and where music theory crossed into art history, what I was actually studying, was like they decided that minor and diminished chords were chords of evil, Satan, whatever, right? And that's why, like, everything is for the church is composed in major. And that blew my mind that, like, I understand it. Like, when you play a diminished or a minor chord, it doesn't sound right, but I feel like you need that effect in music. You know what I mean? Like, there's supposed to be this melodic, everything's beautiful and flowing, and then there is this disharmony. Like, you guys see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make you guys decide. I really struggle with that, where I'm like, there are evil chords on the piano. Right? Like,
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Lucifer, he was like over the choir. So, I mean, and he could sing like 13 octaves or something with his own voice. So,
and I'm just a friendly debate, like, but then music in the major chord and the octave was inspired by God, because math, God invented math, right? Like, science can't deny that. And so I hear what you're saying, and that is essentially what they're saying. They were like, all the prime numbers are good, all the other numbers are of the devil.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
No, but that
Good to
is
see you again, CQ.
that is the I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying this is what was discussed, right? And it's just interesting. They came to that conclusion a long time ago.
I don't know. Interesting thoughts. I think as far as worship music goes, I really think it's where your intentions are at. It's kind of like the debate about holidays and things like that too, or even style of, worship of music, all of that, or style of worship music rather. I think it's really about the intentions, and God knows our hearts,
And that's right. I don't think anything is inherently.
Oh, we cut out again, Growl. But I'm going to go ahead and pull up
keep
this
it in my
song.
space bar. Go on. But I'm just like, obviously things are bad. I don't think music is
the main
inherently bad, because intent, right? Art. What's your intent with the art? Yeah.
Agreed. All right. This next song is kind of keeping in this theme. This is by Palooza, and it's Knocking on Heaven's Door. Here we go.
Mama, take this badge off of me.
Really beautifully done, that cover of Knocking on Heaven's Door by Palooza. And Rainfield Music was also in that, I forgot to mention. I will grab his link also and share it in a little bit. All right. Let's see. Okay, Angelique, if you want to go ahead and go next, that'd be great. And then I'll play one more song. And if you want to do another, I know it's a quick turnaround, and then we'll do a final song to kind of close things out for tonight. We will also be going backstage after this to hang out for anybody who wants to join. You can go ahead and come up anytime if you want to, or if you want to wait until the very end, you just click the pinned link, and I'll let you know when I won't bring you up on panel if you don't want to be up on panel at all. But if you want to just come and hang out the last probably 20 minutes or so, you are more than welcome. Okay, and Angelique, you are muted again. I know you're dealing with all the sound stuff. It's a pain in the butt.
So you want me to do 2 more then?
Yeah, if you would, that would be great.
Okay, let me pull up. What's that one song?
While she's pulling it up about that song,
I'm trying to remember the song that I used to sing. Okay, let's see.
No, do your thing. But Eric Clapton, I started playing guitar because of the music my parents played. Don't know why I played guitar, but then went and saw Eric Clapton young, blew my mind. Great guitarist, and then that song, Knocking on. Bob Marley did it. Bob Dylan and the Dead, that song. For some reason, why do they all play it, y'all? It's that good,
right?
I almost have it. Sorry.
No, you're okay. We're just hanging out. We're good.
Oh, I keep on pulling up the wrong one.
You did a great job.
I'm sorry, I keep on pulling up the wrong one. It's like I got 2 different ones on here, and it's like I can't remember which one it was.
You sound like me when I have to demo my work to a client. It's here somewhere. I promise I did it. Take your time. Calm down. Relax.
Let's see.
Right.
Okay, there it is. I think I got it. I think. Get rid of that.
Always when other people are watching that everything, you're like, no, I promise. Like I had it here yesterday.
Agreed, Pat. They did a great job on that one. Good to see you're still here, Pat, too.
All right, I'll do a country song. How about that?
Yeah, we kind of have a little bit of a country theme going
One of
tonight.
my favorite ones that I like to do. So, and I was like, I couldn't. My brain wasn't working. It's late at night. What can I say?
glad you're here, Angelique. You're doing great.
All righty. Oh, I didn't do my echo cancellation. So, I never make this start.
Suppose I call you up tonight and told you that I love you, and suppose I said I want to come back home, and suppose I cried and said I think I finally learned my lesson, and I'm tired of spending all my time alone. If I told you that I realized you're all I ever wanted, and it's killing me to be so far away, would you tell me that you love me too, and would we cry together, or would you simply laugh at me and say, I told you so? I told you someday you'd come crawling back and asking me to take you in. I told you so, but you had to go. get down on your stool and take my hand? Would we get that old time feeling? Would we laugh and talk for hours? The way we did when our love first began. Would you tell me that you miss me too? That you've been so lonely, and you've waited for the day that I returned, and we'd live in love forever, and that I'm your one and only? Or would you say the tables finally turned, and would you say I told you so? Oh, I told you so. I told you someday you'd come crawling back and asking me to take you in. I told you so, but you had to go. Now I found somebody new, and you will never break my heart in two again. Now I found somebody new, and you will never break my heart in two again.
Beautifully done, Angelique. That's a fun one too. It's a great song.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Right? Well done. Okay, you guys, we have, I'm going to go ahead and pull up one more song. Angelique will sing one more, and then we'll have a final song before we close things out. This is one of the latest from 15th Bend. It is Moment. And as you guys know, 15th does his indie music roller coasters on Thursday nights. He had a great one last night. And if you're not there, you are definitely missing out. 15th also has a new album, and I will go ahead and post the link to that so that if you want to go and check it out, you can purchase the digital copy. It's really beautiful. One of the things that I love about it is that he's included more of his vocals in this album, and it's incredible. My kids love it. They've stolen it from me, just like they did with the last album. And they listen to it at bedtime often. All right. This is 15th Bend, Moment. Here we go. Beautifully done, 15th, as always. Yeah,
That's awesome.
Talk about the roller coaster 15th takes us on, but there's all those highs and lows, and you think the song might be done, and then it picks right back up again, and I love it. Well done, 15th.
Yeah, I
right.
get like just mesmerized with him, and also Amp. Amp is good too.
Yes, yeah, and they all take you on a journey, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, it's always an adventure.
Yes, absolutely agree. Yeah, and he is a great artist. I'll go. Okay, Angelique, if you want to do one more, thank you. And then we'll kind of wrap things up here and have some final thoughts before we close it out. Thanks to everybody who's been here tonight, up on panel and in the chat. Appreciate you all being here. It's been a great night.
Why does it seem like this is more complicated?
This is a great song.
I don't know what it is.
It's probably just all the sound stuff, switching it back and forth. Yeah. Yep.
All right, here we go.
All right, you're all
I
set.
thought this one probably was pretty fitting for tonight's, I guess, theme that you had. So, yeah. Spend all your time waiting for that second chance, for a break that would make it okay. There's always some reason to feel not good enough, and it's hard at the end of the day. I need some distraction. Oh, beautiful release. Memory seeps from my veins. Let me be empty. Oh, and weightless, then maybe I'll find some peace tonight in the arms of the angel. Fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you fear. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tired of the straight line, and everywhere you turn, there's vultures and thieves at your back. The storm keeps on twisting. You keep on building the lies that you make up for all that you lack. It don't make no difference. Escaping one last time. It's easier to believe in this sweet madness. Oh, this glorious sadness that brings me to my knees in the arms of the angel. Fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you feel. You are
comfort here.
Really beautifully done again, Angeli, and great song choice. Definitely fit the theme for tonight. Yeah, and he is in the arms of an angel. Mm-hmm. All right. Well done. Well, thank you so much to everybody who's been here throughout the night. Thank you to everybody who joined the panel for conversation or for music. And thank you to everybody who's been here in chat. Thanks for all who shared it out. And those of you who made the trek over to Rumble to hang out and say hi, appreciate you guys doing that too. We are going to hang out backstage for a little bit, and at least a little bit. We'll see how long we're back there. And if you want to click the link at this point, I won't bring you up on the panel, so it's safe. And you can join it just by clicking the pinned link, and I'll bring you on once we're no longer live. I hope that we will all kind of take the message of Charlie Kirk and make sure that we're having the tough conversations. We're speaking the truth, even when it's difficult to do so. That we're continuing to act out of love. That we're remembering to stay focused on the most important things in life, our faith and our family and our loved ones and our friends. And yeah. I'm glad to be in this crazy roller coaster with all of you, and that we are stronger together. And I'm glad for the conversations we get to have and the questions we get to ask, and that we can help each other through this journey. So thanks for being here. And I'm going to end with another great song. This is a cover or version of Amazing Grace by Mike Shaner Music. Mike is an amazing musician. I've shared a lot of his songs before, and I really enjoy this cover. It's a little bit different. He puts his own spin on things, which I really like. And I thought this was a good way to end tonight. All right, click the link to come on back if you would like to join. And then also remember that the Backstage Speakeasy is coming up on Sunday, and I will update probably sometime tomorrow what we'll be watching there. All right, much love all. Have a great night, and I will see you all around somewhere on these YouTube streets soon. Good night, all.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, and now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fear relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Yeah.
music.